I want to welcome everyone to the Menlo Park Fire Protection District Board of Directors meeting for June 15th, 2021. Michelle, would you call the roll?
Director Bernstein. I'll come back to
Present.
Thank you. Director Jones. I'll come back to Director Jones. Director Crawley.
Present.
Director Solano.
Here.
Director McLaughlin.
Here.
And Director Jones.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, would you please rise and join me to the pledge to the flag? I pledge allegiance
Pledge
to
allegiance
the
the flag
of the
of the
United States
States of America
and
and
to
to
the
the
republic
republic
for which it
for which it stands,
stand one
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 nation,
nation,
God,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty.
liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Right, thank you. Immediately prior to this meeting, the board met in closed session to discuss two items. There's nothing to report on the first item. And with regard to the second item, public employee appointment in conference with labor negotiator, that dealt with Deputy Chief Mike Schaefer's selection as the interim chief beginning July 1st. The board elected to raise, in accordance with district policy, which grants the authority to approve a raise up to 10%. The board took action to approve a 5% pay increase. The vote on that matter, those in favor were Director Trang Corrali, Director Jones, Director Bernstein, and those opposed were Director McLaughlin and Director Solano. So Michelle, is there any public comment?
If anybody has any public comment, please raise your hand or hit *9 if you enter the meeting via telephone. And we have none. No public comments at this time.
All right, well, thank you. Well, we'll get right into our agenda. The first item deals with a resolution to approve a contract amendment for post-retirement survivor continuance benefits for miscellaneous members between CalPERS and the Menlo Park Fire Protection District Board of Directors. Chief, you want to set that up, or is that Francine?
Yeah, no, it will be Francine, but you know, I know she's prepared, she's answered a number of questions that both Director McLaughlin has sent, and then I know we recently got some more questions from Director Bernstein. I'm not sure she had time to do that, but she's on the call, and she's more than capable of handling that, and she's written a very comprehensive staff report, so I'll let her take it from there.
Directors, I'd like to first by introducing a guest that we have here for this item, and the reason that we requested it to be heard first is that under the Government Code Section 7507, when there is a change in future costs by 0.5%, PERS requires an actuary be present. So we have Julian from CalPERS here to assist with any questions. But I'm bringing this before the board, and it's actually, it's not a resolution actually to approve, it's a resolution of intention. So this is a multi-step process. And the first step in this process is to request that the board approve the resolution of intention to amend the contract. The reason that I'm coming before the board with this item is that it was brought to the district's attention that this item was included in the memorandum of understanding between AFSCME and the district. However, it was not included in the contract with CalPERS for miscellaneous employees. I did some research to try to search the earliest date that this benefit was mentioned for the miscellaneous plan through CalPERS, and was able to find a document from 1993 that was attached, whereas the board at the time approved the half continuance benefit for administrative staff, which fall under the miscellaneous plan with the CalPERS retirement system. So what I'm asking for today is that the board accept this report and adopt the resolution of intention to approve a contract amendment for the post-retirement survivor continuance benefits for the miscellaneous plan group. I have some history regarding what the survivor continuance benefit is with CalPERS. And just to give you a brief kind of summary of that, the CalPERS post-retirement survivor continuance benefit is an optional benefit listed within CalPERS optional retirement benefits. So this is a benefit that must be contracted for by an agency. It's not required by the PERL, but must be contracted for. The district currently contracts for this benefit for our safety employees, but not for the miscellaneous group. The safety employees benefit was contracted in, now I don't have the date in front of me, but I believe it was 1950.
Francine, you're going off mic there.
Sorry about that. So the benefit provides a continuation of a 50% allowance of a member's unmodified allowance to an eligible survivor. And CalPERS is very specific regarding who falls under the definition of eligible survivor, but should a member pass away post-retirement, the eligible survivor, should they have one, would be eligible for a 50% allowance based on that member's unmodified allowance. So I know that's a lot of words, but basically it provides kind of a continuation of benefit for that survivor, and it's for that survivor's lifetime that the benefit would continue. And what makes up the amount that is determined in the survivor's allowance would be three-part. One part is the years of service that the annuitant has. One part is their benefit factor, and the other part is their final compensation. And those three parts would determine that member's unmodified allowance. So that kind of gives you a brief description of the benefit. There is a cost to this benefit because it is something that has to be contracted for, and that's the cost that I included in the fiscal impact. So not only will this cost affect the district by approximately 0.85%, so less than 1%, but it will also affect PEPRA employees because PEPRA employees pay half of the normal cost for their employee contributions. So the PEPRA rate will also increase by 0.5% for this contracted benefit. So I think that kind of
Francine, I don't know if it's on my end or yours, but your audio is very choppy and.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm on my laptop at home. Can you hear me okay?
It's just very choppy, very intermittent. Rob, you're muted.
I can try and exit and rejoin.
Francine?
Yes?
Did I hear you that we have the total cost already figured out as what we owe in back costs and present? You were breaking up and I heard something about cost and then it was broken up.
Yeah, so Julian, who is the actuary, determined a cost of this benefit. So it's the future, basically present value of future cost, and he can explain that to you. But the percentage increase for the fiscal year 21-22 post amendment and pre-amendment, the net delta of that is approximately 0.85%.
You know, Francine, I have to tell you, your audio is so bad. I think we're having trouble hearing you. Perhaps you could log out and try logging back in, perhaps.
Let
And,
me, yeah,
and also this is Michelle, if that doesn't work, maybe you could just forget video and just call using your cell phone.
okay, let me, yeah, I don't know that I had a problem in closed session, but let me leave and try and rejoin.
All right.
Jim, and was it my understanding that someone from CalPERS was here to also talk about it?
Yes, I thought I'd let Francine introduce them, and Francine,
Okay, is this better?
yes, it is.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. I couldn't hear it on my end, and sometimes I hear the breakup, but I didn't hear it.
Francine, I don't know if this is the point that you want to introduce the gentleman from CalPERS and ask him to address some of these issues.
Sure. So I'd like to introduce Julian, who's from CalPERS, an actuary that prepared the valuation for this optional benefit. Julian?
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Julian Robinson. I'm an actuary at CalPERS. I've been there for almost 10 years and work on many plans, particularly in your county. So I think Francine's done a wonderful job describing what the benefit is. And if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Chuck? You're muted, Chuck.
Thank you. In the staff report, it made reference to, well, a valuation. I just don't understand what is the valuation of, and as of when is this evaluation made?
Right. So every year we perform actuarial valuations of the pension plan, which determines the liabilities of the plan. We know that there's active members who are currently accruing benefits as they continue working. There are retirees who are already in receipt of pensions, and there are folks that had worked for the agency and have not yet started receiving their benefits, but will at some point in the future. So we have different categories of membership. And each year, in order to determine the funding level of the plan, we do what we call an actuarial valuation, which essentially calculates the present value of all of these commitments and compares it to the assets that are in the plan. Whenever a plan is amended, like in this situation here, we perform another calculation which includes the amended benefit, and the difference in the cost or the difference in the valuation result is the impact that the plan experiences if they adopt the amendment.
Okay, but it seems to me that the benefit at this point, the present value is zero because there's no accrued benefits at all.
Well, that's correct. And if you read through the actual report, you will see that there is no change in the accrued liability. That's for benefits which accrued to date. And however, we have a number in our report, which we call the present value of benefits, which is an estimate of what we expect the total benefits to be under our current assumptions. So that's why.
As of what date? So I see a number, for example, 163,336. As of what date would that be the value?
I'm not sure where that number is, but
In our report, I don't know if you have a copy of it, but it's the last line of the fiscal impact section on page 7.
right. So I think what's being done there is they've added the present value of the change in the present value of benefits, and this report was done based on our June 30, 2019 valuation, which was almost 2 years ago. We're currently working on the June 30, 2020 valuation, which is not yet completed. So that's why this estimate is based on the most recent valuation.
Okay, but even, let me follow up because I'm still not understanding anything. Is this saying that somehow our liability, and we're talking about liability, we're not talking about past liability, we're talking about current liability, is that correct?
Yeah,
The current liability, the minute we sign this, we've got $163,000 liability.
no, that's not correct. That's the expected total cost into the future of this benefit. As of this moment, when you sign the contract, there's no immediate liability because, as you say, nobody has accrued benefits under this provision. However, as soon as the clock starts ticking, there's an increase in the costs, and that was the 0.85% that Francine was talking about, which is part of the normal cost, the ongoing cost. And over time, that will create accrued liability, but you're correct.
Okay, so this is the present value of the payment we will have to make for the next, into infinity, basically. Is that what?
Right, our best estimate of that, yes.
I thought it was the liability in the plan, which didn't make any sense at all.
No, but as you correctly said, this plan amendment is prospective. And that's what the law is now since 2013, and the Pension Reform Act only allows plans to make amendments on a prospective basis.
So let me understand. So as I understand from this, there are no benefits for anyone, and they will begin accruing benefit as of this year, regardless of how, I'm talking about the survivor, regardless of how long the employee has worked for us, the survivor begins accruing credits as of this year. Is that correct?
That's right.
And tell me about an employee, for example, who's been with us for 30 years and they no longer are accruing credits. Would the survivor begin to accrue credits?
No.
So anybody who's like at the end of their term, they can only accrue benefits for the remaining term of the employee?
That's correct.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, back in the day, you could do retroactive amendments, and that would have been quite an expensive exercise if that was done in this situation. But the law doesn't allow for that now. So when a person, say you adopt it today, and an individual who's active now retires in 5 years' time, 5 years of their service will be calculated with this survivor benefit, and then the rest of their service won't have that survivor benefit applied to it.
Thank you. That's how it's read, but I was surprised because it's a potential problem for us, obviously.
So, Mr. Robinson, this estimated $163,000, that would be an annual payment to fund that benefit going forward?
No, that's the total present value of future costs. The cost for the current year is going to be an additional 0.85% of salary.
Okay, so the 163,000 is calculated. Do you calculate that based on a number of employees?
That's right. That's based on the head count.
So what was the head count that you used?
The head count we used, I'll have to look that up. Let me see if I can put my hand on that quickly. While I'm looking for that, if there's any other questions.
Well, there's a question for Francine. I have, before we get too far into this, as I understand this issue, in 1993, we promised this benefit to designated employees, miscellaneous employees. Coming forward to the present day, and this is one of the questions I asked, do the district's unrepresented management and confidential employees currently receive this benefit? So the proposal before us, is that in essence creating a new benefit for those employees, confidential, unrepresented management? So it would be giving them a benefit they do not currently have. Is that correct?
So, yeah, so the question, because you asked if they currently have it, so they currently don't have it because just like AFSCME, we didn't amend the contract because unrepresented fall into the same group as AFSCME, which is miscellaneous employees. And we never amended the contract for AFSCME, so therefore it was not amended for miscellaneous.
Francine, I'm sorry, your audio is just not working. Perhaps you could,
Call in.
call
Yeah,
in.
it's bad. And this is important information, Francine. I agree with Jim. Sorry, Jim. It's just very it's distracting.
Okay, let me mute and then I'll call in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jim?
Rob?
Yeah. As to the total amount of employees, that would be one of my questions when she comes back on. And the second, from those total employees, how much salary is calculated at that 1.8% that we owe? Is that yearly, Mr. Robinson?
Yes. So what I can say is that for the classic plan, you had 15 active members, and the PEPRA had 11 active members.
So we've got 27, Mr. Robinson?
26. Yeah.
Well, 16 and 11 is, okay.
15,
26 then, sir?
15 and 11, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and well, of course, you don't have the amount of salary that was paid to those 26 employees at that 1.8% a year.
Our estimate in the classic plan, no, we did our valuation based on, I think it's, where is it? The projected payroll for the classic is around $2.2 million.
That's 2.2 million a year. And
Yeah.
And Jim, may I continue?
Please.
And Chuck, please rhyme in anytime. You're a lot better than this than I am. So we've got a basically yearly salary at a cost to the district of $2.2 million. And Mr. Robinson, does it go as far back as 1993? Is there some type of a penalty that we have to provide CalPERS?
No, that there isn't. As I mentioned, the contract will only provide this benefit prospectively.
So it was never executed in 1993 then, sir?
No.
When was it executed?
Well, that's what this meeting is all about.
So it never was from 1993 to 2021?
To my knowledge, it was never brought to CalPERS.
Okay, so CalPERS, so gosh, Jim, may I continue?
Sure.
So then CalPERS was never notified. So then CalPERS would never have notified us as a fire district saying that we owe these funds because we never applied for that benefit, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. I've got nothing else to say, Jim, for now.
If I could go back to Francine, the question that I posed earlier, Francine, do you want me to restate it or?
Yes, please, Jim.
I'm sorry,
That's me.
I'm not hearing anything from you, Francine.
We can hear.
Francine's on mute, it looks like.
Let me see if I can do it.
Star six, I think, for the phone.
Unmute your, yeah. Okay, now talk.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Good.
Okay, I didn't want to echo. Sorry about
You know,
that.
just for, Virginia asked me to repeat my question. We, in 1993, the board approved granting this benefit to certain miscellaneous employees. And the proposal before us now would seem to extend that benefit to unrepresented management and confidential employees who those three groups do not currently get that benefit. So where I'm going with this, Francine, is would this in effect grant a new benefit to unrepresented management and confidential employees?
So because this benefit was, because actually, it would grant a benefit to them because CalPERS does not permit changes to a contract plan based on collective bargaining group. So by AFSCME getting this benefit and by the administrative staff, which actually included UNREP, because I think back if I look on those documents, it included classifications as the Director of Administration. There was UNREP classifications listed on the document plan that provided for this benefit. They're all considered one group. CalPERS won't allow you to separate those groups. So in 1993, when this benefit was provided for in a compensation plan for miscellaneous employees, that in effect would have applied to every miscellaneous group because you cannot carve them out.
And that is based on government code, CalPERS rules, or what is that? How did you reach that determination?
Wait, Jim.
Just a moment. Virginia.
Okay.
So that's the information that the contract analyst told me from CalPERS, that they don't allow the only, and I don't know if it's a specific government code, I'm not sure if Julian knows, but the only item that you can carve out by collective bargaining group is the employee cost share, which this isn't. So I'm not sure, Julian, if you know if that's a government code or just under the PEARL that it requires that, but you can't separate out by bargaining group.
Yeah, I'm, as you said, that's more of a contracts question, so I'm not aware of the details of that.
Okay. So I can follow up with the contract analyst to see if that's just something under CalPERS or government code under the PEARL, but
Yeah,
they don't.
I mean, for me, I would need to see something very authoritative, something from CalPERS Council or somebody from our end that did a full legal analysis of that. My concern is, if we go back to 1993, it lists by classification or job descriptions, not even classification.
Right.
There's those handful of jobs are awarded this position. So are we liable for, if we go back to 1993, do we owe benefits to just those people listed in that 1993 resolution? Or is it management confidential, non-represented employees as well? I think this is something that, again, I think we need something authoritative. So Virginia?
Yeah, so I don't think, Francine, at least for my purposes, I don't think you answered Jim's question about whether or not this is a new benefit. But another question that I have is, in 1993, did we even have that classification of unrepresented? Because my understanding was that that was fairly new after relatively new after 1993, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you mean by the classification of unrepresented, because unrepresented. Yeah, so I'm looking at
classification is probably the wrong term, but we had the AFSCME group, right? But I don't, when did the unrepresented in the confidentials probably? unrepresented management and confidential. Did we have that in 1993? Because I thought that was designated, that a group of employees was designated after that. But again, I could be wrong.
Well, if I could say, I think AFSCME began the representation in 2008, I believe.
Yeah, 2000, right, 2007, 2008.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if the management confidential, what I can't remember, is it in here? It's that group of employees, the management and confidential employees, happened at that same time when AFSCME had a bargaining group.
Yeah, so the piece of the management confidential, or how we call that group, really doesn't impact what category they are under the CalPERS retirement plan. We did have the classifications of Director of Administration, Operations Management. So we had exempt classifications at the time. I'm looking at a compensation plan from 1989 that lists out, basically it looks like some confidential and exempt classifications.
Okay.
Whether or not it was called management and confidential, I think would be kind of irrelevant to this piece, because that's just what we called them.
Right. No, I know.
Okay. So
I
yeah,
just
with
didn't know if we
CalPERS,
had, when that group formed, when that group was designated that title. Because I thought there were just two bargaining groups, and then there was another group that was formed later on, which would be the confidential group. And I just didn't know when that happened. So
yeah, since that group isn't a collective bargaining group, there wouldn't be a date that it was formed like AFSCME. But maybe we just called them, these are the positions that are identified as management and confidential. So we called them management and confidential, but they wouldn't really form because they don't have any bargaining power.
then, okay.
So,
I mean, there has to have been something in anyway.
If I could just outline this issue as I understand it, Francine, in 1993, the board promised a benefit by contract to a group of employees. There was a failure to file the proper paperwork to create that account with CalPERS that would fund that. And in 1993, the district and the employees should have started to pay into CalPERS to fund that benefit. That did not happen. And as I understand it, this benefit has been repeated in every contract since then once AFSCME became the representative group. It's described in those contracts. So now we come to 2021 and we find that the contract was never executed with CalPERS. No money was ever set aside to fund, this 50% benefit. So there's just a lot of issues here for me. What's the district's liability in funding a promised benefit from 1993? Who does it apply to? What are the costs? Is this something that, what's the price tag on it? And would CalPERS administer this for us? Or would we have to set up a separate trust fund to pay for this? Do I have some clarity on this? Do I understand these issues properly, or
Yeah, so there are pretty large issues, as you stated, because this is something that was mentioned and promised in prior comp plans, as well as negotiated, MOUs. And yet the district didn't take the steps necessary to then amend the contract to reflect this benefit. So obviously there's lots of questions we need to answer moving forward, but what we're trying to do today is amend the contract as of current with CalPERS to provide for this benefit that's been negotiated. It has been approved by prior board members for miscellaneous employees, which is AFSCME is in that group. And then we would need to obviously reconvene to figure out what to do about any prior years, and what kind of what that scope looks like. because it is pretty, you know, it's pretty big. But I think right now we are just trying to fix a problem where the contract wasn't amended as it states, as the board approved. The action wasn't taken with CalPERS.
Chuck?
Yeah, I think your summary, Jim, was good. I mean, we're in the situation now where we have a problem and we cannot correct it. We cannot correct it through CalPERS because their policy doesn't allow that. We could start the whole plan as of tomorrow or whatever day we do it. There's probably a waiting period, but we can't fix the problem. And I think the minute we get discussion of liability, and I heard in a previous meeting a mention of discussing with legal counsel and so forth, the minute that word is mentioned, it seems to me we have an issue that's potentially a legal liability issue. And I would recommend that the board schedule a discussion of this in closed session because of the implications. And yet, let me say, the amount of money we would give now is trivial, and the amount of benefits people will get is trivial. It's trivial, and in some cases, let's say our chief's spouse, for example, because he's got 40 years in the system.
Well, Chuck, it doesn't affect safety. It doesn't affect safety.
Okay, I'm sorry, but let's take somebody else who's got 20 years in. They'll never be able to. Their spouse can never attain a full amount of this. It seems to me the liability is something that's merits a discussion. I'd like to refer this both to a closed session, and I think it also can be referred in open session to both, or perhaps closed session to both the HR and the finance committees. I don't think we can resolve it tonight because what we could resolve tonight is just a speck out of the whole problem. The whole problem is enormous. And I think we ought to get our hands around what the problem is and see what our legal options are. It's possible that we could perhaps not go through CalPERS, but somehow do this through one of these other side fund types of things. I don't remember the name of it, where you can fund pensions by putting money into a different thing. There may be some other solutions. I would propose that we not make a decision tonight because all we could fix would be the tiniest portion of the whole problem.
Jim?
Well, I think Robert was before you there, Rob.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Chuck in terms of, I think we really need to, this situation sounds pretty enormous in terms of potentially in terms of financial scope. I'm sure if we're looking at kicking this off with 163,000 for the current, and I assume for the current people that's on the payroll, is all of that retroactive back to 1993. I'm assuming that it would be, since the agreement was put forth at that point in time. So I think, we need to, I agree that we need to have a closed session behind this as soon as possible so that we can kind of wrap our heads around it. And in doing so, it would be great to know if we have this session. For me, it'd be good to know what that retrospect dollar amount would look like if we were to go that far, and then we can at least be shocked in some type of reality a little bit more.
Rob?
Yeah, I mean, this is Francine. Have we had any deaths involving this fund before? Since 1993 forward, where someone has ever tried to collect on it or anything?
No. So based on the information I pulled from CalPERS, we don't have any survivors in the group of annuitants.
And for my clarification, they wouldn't, because we never executed it properly in 1993, correct?
No, that's not correct. So they would still show up if you know, it would show that we had an annuitant and that there was a date of death for that annuitant. And then if they were receiving an allowance, it would show them listed as a survivor unless the annuitant picked an unmodified and didn't leave anything to the survivor. But when we pulled it, I didn't see a date of death. I had 15 listed, but I need to confirm that number. That's a roundabout number, and I need to confirm that with CalPERS.
All right, thanks. And you know what I'm trying to do, Francine, right? To see if there was any type of a double record.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's just my other question. Thank you, Jim.
Virginia?
I agree with Chuck and Robert that this probably, and you, this probably needs to go back. I mean, I'm not even sure we can even grasp the financial implications right now. And I agree, Chuck, that it probably should go back to the finance committee and the HR committee, but really I think the finance committee first. Do we even have a deadline on this?
I think, as an annuitant myself, I know how important these issues are to our employees as they would be to me. So I think this is something that requires, our full attention right now to first identify what are the dimensions of the issue and then begin to craft an approach to it. I
You mean
agree with
tonight?
No. I
Oh,
agree with
okay.
everything that's been said as far as referring this back to I think there's a role for the HR committee, the finance committee. But those discussions need to be informed. We've raised a lot of issues here tonight. So, I would propose that Francine work with Stephen Miller to identify who does this type of work. I mean, there's a lot of analysis that needs to be done here. And it's not one size fits all. Each employee is situated differently and will require a lot of analysis. The whole issue of what employees are included in this group. Are we creating a new, are we obligated to provide this to unrepresented confidential management and employees? We've raised a whole host of issues here tonight, and I'm sure there's many more that we have not even conceived of. So I would propose that we ask Francine, ask the chief to direct Francine to work with Stephen Miller to identify, the proper people that do this type of work that can advise us. So when we meet at the committee and the board level, they're informed decisions. I'll make that a motion.
I'll second it.
Chuck, did you have a comment?
Well, I was just going to say, I was going to answer the question that you asked in the first place. Are we required to do this? And is it a new benefit? And I think the answer is yes, it's new, and no, it's not new. I think from a contract standpoint, it's not new. We promised it. And so we have a contractual obligation there, which we defaulted on. But the question, from the CalPERS standpoint, yes, it's a new benefit. We're paying for it for the first time. So it's both, both things are true. And I think there's some other solutions. I think really with some good, clear thinking and some really expert advice, there's some opportunities here to perhaps craft a settlement with some other kinds of financial tools where we could provide what was originally promised without a big outflow of cash, but with it payments into some other kind of fund. And I think it's possible that we could arrive at a settlement of some sort. We're not talking about a huge number of people here. I mean, if we're talking about less than 30 people and we can craft something that makes sense to people and gives them what they were promised, why wouldn't they go along with it? And I think we're going to need to be creative, and we're going to need some good financial analysis to do this. But I think there are financial tools that could solve this problem.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's a lot more than these 26 active people, because your miscellaneous plan has 42 members in total, because you have to look at members that had worked with you previously and have left, and also the current retirees. Many of them are probably entitled to this benefit. So there's 42, and 20 members in total in the miscellaneous plan. So you're looking at over 60 people potentially who are.
The hole just got deeper.
And can I just,
Yeah.
can I just confirm something with you after you said that? And I don't mean this in a negative way at all. CalPERS can't be helpful to us in this situation at all because they don't have the wherewithal, the kind of plan to be able to help us. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, we can obviously put the benefit in prospectively as the law allows. You would probably have to reach out to a consulting actuary to do all of the back calculations and stuff like that, because that's beyond anything CalPERS would be prepared to do, since it's not
So-
part of the contract with you.
So Jim, was there a motion that someone made a motion? Because I think we can sit here and spend the next 20 minutes going back over the little details, but I think the real big issues that we need to meet and spend some time on this, and hopefully have some background information provided to us by.
Yeah, the motion was
agree.
to ask the chief to, task Francine and Stephen with identifying experts who can analyze this issue and then advise us.
It was second already by somebody? Okay,
By Robert.
I call for the vote.
I'll second that.
We already have.
All right, I think we're ready to vote on the motion. Michelle, would you call the vote, please?
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, and Francine, I just want to acknowledge your work on this and thank you
Yes.
so much for your
Yeah,
diligence.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Francine. Nice.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to number 2, report of the fire chief.
All right, I'm going to sign off. It was nice.
Thank you,
Thank
Julie.
you, Mr. Robinson.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Julian.
Bye, Julie.
So we're ready?
You were ready.
Okay, so, you have before you my June report. And, there's a big agenda tonight. I know there's some items going to come off of consent. So I'm happy to answer any questions related to this report, but let me just go to a couple highlights. Good news on the COVID front, outside of what the governor has announced, and hopefully some clarity with the mask issues in the next couple of days. But, we were able to do the homebound folks within the district and vaccinate a number of them. I think we wish it would have been more. We have reached out to the county to offer to do more people if that's what they want. But I think as you're probably reading in the news, there's plenty of vaccine of all kind, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, and just not, just people who either don't want to be vaccinated or have already been vaccinated. So the good news is the numbers are diminishing, but equally that means that we're resolving the pandemic, which is a good thing. On Station 4, if you haven't been by there, I made one little error. I thought the concrete was all going to get poured last week, but they're doing it by the day so they can work in the morning and make sure the finishing is correct, which is probably a better way to do it. So we don't have problems with the concrete like we've seen before. At the end of the chief's report, it goes into the Pierce purchase. So that has all gone through. You can see there they received the check. The engines are on the basically in the ordering for the assembly line at Pierce now, and the truck. And then it goes into all the RFPs and where we are currently based upon who had it. And lastly, it goes into some of the dates coming up on the upcoming events, which is the Fire Academy graduation on the 25th, Chief's Lunch on the 28th, promotional ceremony on the 30th, on service awards, and then formal change of command that day too. So with Mike Schaefer. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And I guess I probably should have noted too that the task force with Menlo PD and East Palo Alto is working well, and they're having an impact on the fireworks issues.
Very good. Any, Chuck?
Chief, do you have, well, first of all, is the change of command on June 30th, is that a formal ceremony that we could or should attend? And if it is, what time is it?
So that event will be in the afternoon. I don't have a time for you yet because the promotional stuff is that same day. Just, I guess it depends upon how many, how long it takes us to do some of the promotions and service awards. But I'll try and get it narrowed down and put some time blocks in there. We haven't gotten there quite yet.
Will it follow then immediately the promotional ceremony?
Yeah, so the change of command will follow all the promotional stuff, and then that'll be kind of the formality of Mike taking over because he'll be the chief, interim chief on July 1st. So
I didn't realize they were right next to each other. Okay.
yeah. Well, I think you probably want to do that before I go. It's a nice thing to do it officially.
Yeah, but I thought one was maybe the afternoon and the other was the evening. I was just trying to get it on my calendar.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. We're still working to get that flyer out, but as you can see by the size of the board packet and other things, we just haven't got there yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I just want to acknowledge that this is Chief Schaufelhomen's last Chief's report. I want to acknowledge that before we get too deep into the end of the meeting. And there will be a lot of words said, between now and the 30th. So I won't try to say them all now, but I will miss the monthly reports from you. And like I said, I just again want to publicly acknowledge your 40 years of spectacular service.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sure Mike will carry the reports forward. So if not me, someone else, right?
All right. Let's see, Stephen, that brings us to you.
Good evening, directors. I will also be mindful of the time, and I have in recent meetings sort of forgone my report, but I did have something to share with you that I think you might be interested in and be helpful for you all to know about. So just brief background, before the COVID pandemic, the rules of the Brown Act on meetings were that if board members wanted to attend meetings from a remote location, that remote location had to be noticed and open to the public to join at every remote location. And the majority of you needed to be within the fire district's jurisdiction, and there had to be a noticed physical location. So when the pandemic hit, the governor issued an executive order suspending all of the rules I just mentioned, which is why it is that we're allowed to meet on Zoom. As anybody who's been outside their home recently knows, so today is the first day of the rest of our lives, and the pandemic rules have been largely suspended. However, the governor just on Friday of last week announced that the suspension of the Brown Act rules would remain in place through the month of September. So we don't have to, but we may continue under the current Zoom rules for the July, August, and September meetings, but beginning in October, we will be back to needing to comply with the Brown Act, such that you board members will all either have to be in person or will have to notice your location, and you'll have to attend from a remote but public location. There's no reason why you can't adopt some kind of a hybrid plan by which you may still be subject to the Brown Act rules, but the public can participate by Zoom or by telephone. That may require some technological investments and setup, but it does not present a legal issue for the Brown Act. And the last, so I think it's time to start, and maybe we'll work with soon to be interim Chief Schaefer to think about how to plan for the conduct of meetings beginning in October. Also, just to call your attention to the fact that the legislature is presently considering 3 different bills to modify the Brown Act in this very area of teleconferencing. One of the bills just recently last week was suspended, which means it won't be considered until next year. And the other two bills are amended like every few hours. It seems like there's a new amendment. So I hesitate to tell you what they say. They wouldn't go into effect, even if adopted next week and signed by the governor, they wouldn't go into effect until January of 2022. And it's unlikely, based on the present state of amendments, that they would really have all that much impact on the fire district, either because of the targeted types of entities that some of these revisions apply to, which would not include the fire district in most cases, or in some cases, they only apply during states of emergency. And so sort of just take the place of the governor's emergency executive orders. So I don't put much faith in there being a legislative revision that allows for Zoom meetings for everybody going forward. And so October 1st will be a new old way of doing our board meetings. Happy to answer any questions, but I thought it was worth your knowing what I know on this point.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Stephen. With everyone's concurrence, I would propose that we refer this to the HR committee to begin, working on this process, and I'll solicit input from all of you to, regarding the timing of resuming our in-person meetings. If there's no objection. Okay, I see. Chuck?
Hey, Jim, one note, if you watch, and I'm sure most people do, but like tonight, for example, there's 27 people on this meeting. So the good news about Zoom was that more people seem to be attending the board meetings. So, maybe in the future, some form of hybrid, but.
Well, I guess I personally support some kind of a hybrid. I would like to make this a permanent fixture of our meetings. And again, I think we can task the committee with, what does that look like? What equipment's necessary? What rules or procedures do we need to adopt? And discuss the timing issue of when. So if there's Chuck.
In fact, that was the question I was going to ask Stephen, just from opinion standpoint. If we did formulate a hybrid system that allowed the public to attend meetings via Zoom, and we had a big screen in the meeting room, for example, if that equipment fails during the meeting, the fact that we've announced it as a hybrid system, do we then have to implement it completely as a hybrid system, or could it just be done as an extra that's nice to have but might not always be there?
It's a very good question. There is not going to be an answer that is a fixed, perfect answer, because we're all just learning this. But I think presumably, if you had the opportunity for the public to be with you in person, should the technology fail, I think you would still be in compliance with the Brown Act, because the remote aspects are optional, not mandatory. I suppose it depends a little bit on what kind of a policy you adopt. But that's my answer, is that from a legal perspective, you're not required to allow for the public participation by Zoom.
I was just going to say is we have for our schools and stuff what they call synchronous learning, where we have half the kids, are more than half now, but half of them are in school, half of them are at home. We've got a big screen TV. The kids in school can see the kids at home. The kids at home via a webcam can see everybody present, and everybody can talk. It works very well, and it's inexpensive. I mean, all you need is a big screen and a webcam, maybe $500 in total of expenditure. Anyway, it seems like it's something that's doable, and I know we have a technical group that could look into this and look at some of the options.
I would ask Chief Schaefer if you could start, giving this some consideration, and what maybe ask the tech people to survey what equipment's being used and what's out there. So.
Will do.
All right. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to let's see. That brings us to number 4. public hearing for the district budget and the FTE staffing levels. Kathleen, is that yours? You're muted, Kathleen.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so usually what happens is it's open to the public at this point, and they've had the chance to review the documents. And if there's any comments at this time, we will take them. At that point, if there aren't any, I will go through the budget again with the board. So, Michelle?
Have you received any public comment, Kathleen?
I have.
Michelle, have you?
No, we haven't. So the first step is to open the public hearing. If you want to do that now, Director McLaughlin.
I'm
And then you can,
opening the public hearing.
at 8:01, thank you so much. And then at this point, it would be appropriate to ask for public comment.
Is there any public comment on this issue?
I didn't receive any public comments, and anybody that's interested in having a public comment can raise their hand or press *9. Seeing none, if you would like to close the public hearing, you can do so now.
I am closing the public hearing. So,
All right.
Kathleen, please present your
Now,
presentation.
yeah, I'll go through the proposed budget. We did discuss this again with the Finance Committee. So I'm happy to present the 21-22 proposed budget. It establishes guidelines for the anticipated revenues and operating expenditures to ensure that inflows of resources will be adequate to support the delivery of services based on established priorities. The budget is prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP, and conforms to Governmental Accounting Standard Board's guidelines. If you go to the next page, we have 3 funds that we account for. One is the general fund. The second one is Capital Improvement Project Fund. USAR, Urban Search and Rescue. And those are the 3. The first 2 are ones that we will include in this budget. The USAR budget has been approved in the past board meeting. So to start with the executive summary, that's on page 2. We have a summary of the fiscal 21-22 proposed budget for the 2 fund groups. District is projecting a beginning balance of $65.1 million and ending fund balance of $51.4 million for fiscal year 21-22. Down below, I have a chart that shows a table that shows what the ins and outs will be, incoming and outgoing. On the next page, we have the general fund fiscal activity. The first table shows revenues. At the top, total revenues for 21-22 being $65.2 million, and expenditures, including the CalPERS anticipated payment for the UAL, will be $62.2 million, and a transfer out of $3 million going to the CIPs. So for the general fund revenue, on page, let's see, at the bottom of page 3 and page 4 and 5, we have descriptions of each type of property tax. On page 3, there is the proposed general fund property tax revenue table showing past years as well as our anticipated revenues for this fiscal year, or the upcoming fiscal year, 21-22. Okay, on page 5, we have other operating revenue, which includes licenses and permits, current service charges, uses of money and property, intergovernmental and other revenue. And then we also have the descriptions of each one of those on the following pages. The next page, we move on to general fund expenditures. For fiscal year 21-22, it's projected to, the expenditures are projected to increase approximately 4.7 million over the prior year's amended budget. Wages and benefits projected to increase approximately 4.8 million over the 2021 amended budget, and they represent approximately 75.6% or 76% of total projected expenditures for fiscal year 21-22 budget. On the next page, page 7, we're showing the wage and benefits expenditures budget summary. So you can see by year, broken down by each category: salary, stipends, overtime, retirement benefits, and extraordinary expenditures, which is the CalPERS UAL payment. Let's see. I was going to say something about that, but we did take away a portion of the overtime from suppression that was attributed to the battalion chief and captain training budget. So we moved that out of the overtime budget and used it for other purposes that were approved at the last board meeting. So each category, again, has the description below to tell you what that covers. Feel free to interrupt if you have any questions. Okay. Next.
I have one, Kathleen.
Okay.
If we, just in that, the table associated with the executive summary, does that reflect the amount that we used to pay off the B series bonds, the 2009 B series bonds?
It doesn't show in here. I apologize, because that's a really good question. The reason for not showing it in this particular proposed budget is because it wasn't made at the time when we were doing the proposed budget. It was made June 1st, and so this proposed budget went to the Finance Committee on June 1st. So it's not included in here at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Although we did remove the debt service fund from the budget for 21-22, since it will no longer be there. Okay, so going back to, let's see, the page 8 has operating expenditures, other operating expenditures, which is materials and supplies, contract services, fixed assets, operating transfers out. And then on the next page, we have, on page 9, we have operating transfers for 21-22 from the general fund, which total $3 million, which is going directly to the CIP funds. On the last page, we do have the CIP budget. However, there is another report that was done since this that has the new CIP budget. And so this page will be replaced if you approve of the next, the report on the CIPs. Then on the last page, attachment A, we have the FTEs, and nothing changed for fiscal year 21-22 compared to fiscal year 2021. That's all I have for us today. If you want to ask any questions, please feel free.
Okay. Any questions for Kathleen on the budget? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, Michelle, please call the vote.
Director Bernstein?
Aye.
Director Jones? I'll come back to Director Jones. Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solano?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. And Director McLaughlin?
Aye. All right, Kathleen, once again, thank you for all your work on preparing that
Thank you very much.
in your presentation. All right, that brings us to the consent calendar. Are there any items that a member wants to pull? Chuck, I saw your hand first.
Thank you. Yeah, there were 4 items that I would like to pull, please. Number 9, number 12, number 13, number 15.
All right. Rob, did you have any?
Yeah, on number 7.
Number 7. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus the items that were just removed.
Okay, I'll second that. Any further discussion? All right, Michelle, would you call the vote?
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
and Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, that brings us to item number 7, I believe is the next one.
Yeah.
The treasurer's report for the month ended April 30th, 2021.
Yeah. Jim, do you want me to just throw my questions out?
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
To cut to the chase. No, I went through the check and voucher register for the audit, and I don't want to go through all of them, but I have quite a few that I don't understand. So I think we have put an RFP out for a management audit and inspection and review, and I think maybe with that, they can go through this check and voucher register and kind of explain some of those expenses. Because I'm looking at maybe 20 that I really don't know what they are. And I really don't want to take up the board's time in doing that when it'll probably be covered in some type of management or inspection audit when we complete the RFP.
I know that review is in the strategic planning committee. Have you developed the scope of that management review yet?
The RFP has been put out, and we're waiting for the 4, and I think it was 4. Chief, were there 4 responses to that?
4 interested, but we'll see by the 29th.
Okay.
That's the deadline. We'll know how many people actually put a bid in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Does the scope of the review described in the RFP, would it include a review of financial transactions?
I believe there was a category in there that covered that because that was one of the things. So
actually, there are 2 categories that talk about it, but that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So I just don't want to go through all these, Jim, at this point. We have an extensive calendar, so thank you.
yeah, Rob. So if you send those in, then we can put that aside and have them look at it.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Chuck?
Yeah, I'm glad Rob actually pulled this off because I think we need to find another way to deal with, I know it's part of our new policy apparently, but I would like to see us either, put a link in the report, and any board member that would like to go through these could certainly do so. But the amount of pages that are being duplicated here seem excessive. And I just feel like, I know there are boards that go through all the check register and so forth. I personally don't, I'm a strong advocate of oversight, but I think this is something where 95% of it is incomprehensible to me, and I'd rather deal with it at a different level. So if we could somehow have a cleanup activity on our purchasing policy, I would appreciate it, so that we didn't have to get this every quarter and have this. I got this twice. I got this as part of my finance committee agenda, and then I got it as part of this agenda.
Well,
yeah.
Is that, hopefully we'll get something, from the management audit. We'll have some recommendations in that regard. And I think you and Rob are on that committee, right? So you'll be able to address those issues.
Yeah, and maybe in the meantime, though, just to, save a tree or two, I guess I'm asking Stephen, is this something that could be put on the website and not actually given to us directly in terms of being duplicated, Stephen?
Absolutely.
I don't know that I would favor putting it on our website, but I would ask,
It is on your website.
what, in this
Yeah,
detail?
It's on there now, our agenda, whole packet's up there.
Right, but it not as a matter of recurring on our website.
What do
right?
you
I mean,
mean?
it's not,
Isn't
it's
this
not
the
a,
first time we don't had this particular information to come out to this level of detail? Because I know
Right.
it's been talked about over the last 2 years about I'm getting the details. So it's the first time I've seen it.
Well, this is
myself.
the second time that we've gotten check register, so this is the second time.
Well,
This-
yeah, your
this year?
finance
I don't think
committee
so.
and then here, so it goes from one to the other, so there's full transparency to the board.
Right.
I guess
know,
the question is really, why is this really, do people really want to see it? I think Chuck talked about that before. That level of details that the board really want to go through?
actually, I for one do, I like to see,
Yeah, it's a little micromanaging a little bit, but if you like it, hey, give it to Jim. You can keep mine. I don't need it
okay,
at this point in time.
I think maybe going along with what Director Bernstein had requested is possibly putting a link on this report that is on the website versus in this, actually printed out this way. That I could see doing that.
well, is there,
There you
we
go.
have a consensus here? Like I said, I like to see the printed pages.
I don't, so I think there's
I think there's Virginia, Rob, I don't know how you feel about this.
Yeah, I like to see it.
I would go online. I think this is a lot of paper.
So the problem will be, for example, like tonight, printing a full board packet, if we have to differentiate between one board member who wants it and another who
I know.
doesn't.
I
So,
agree.
That's
I think
not very easy.
the question was if there was a consensus to do one or the other. So it looks like two board members would like a printed copy, two board members would prefer it on the website. What is the third member?
Michelle,
Yeah.
scratch.
It's 100 pages, literally 100.
I'll take it electronically. Okay, thank you. I
Okay.
don't need it printed.
Could I ask a question about the file? What's the nature of the file? Is it an Excel file or is it
Can
search?
be, it can be.
Because it might be nice if it were that if somebody wanted to either search it or reorganize it, they could actually sort of collect, if they were looking for a certain type of item, they could actually request search on that item and then get all the items that related to that search criterion. So I think the electronic would actually even be better and more searchable than the hard copy.
I bow to the will of the board. Electronic, please. All right, the next item that was pulled off was number 9. Adopt a resolution to authorize the transfer.
I'm sorry, but we didn't have a motion to accept the treasurer's report for the month ended April 30th.
Thank you, Michelle.
I'll move to accept the treasurer's report.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Michelle, would you call the vote, please?
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
I,
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, we pulled number 9, adopt a resolution to authorize a transfer of 3.2 million from the PERS stabilization reserve to make a payment of 8.4 million towards the district's CalPERS Safety Classic unfunded actuarial liability. Chuck, I know you asked that to be pulled.
Let me say why. First of all, I support the report, But there were two reasons that I thought it should be pulled. One is just on principle, putting an $8.5 million item on the consent calendar just bothered me. I felt it should bear a little bit more view of it. But secondly, I thought it was important. It took me a long time, even being on the finance committee, to see how we got there. And I feel I have an understanding now, but I think it would be better if Kathy could explain how we got to the 8.5 million, which I understand is made up of just something we put in our budget, and then something that's our policy, and finally some extra money that was left over and we put it in there as well. But if Kathy, if you could expand on it, I think it's just important for the board to understand
Where the numbers come from?
where they come from and what
Sure.
they.
Sure, I'm happy to explain that. For the year-end report in October for fiscal year 1920, with remaining funds, the allocation of the remaining funds, let me think, wait a minute. Okay, yes, so 3.2 million or 3.234839. Those funds were transferred into the reserve fund, the PERS UAL reserve fund. At the beginning of the year, we budget 2.5 million to be paid for the UAL payment. That's in the budget. And then in addition, in the budget for this year, or for last year, 21-22, or you saw it in this particular proposed budget, but this one is from 2021. It has the 2.702 million, which was the difference between the budgeted 41% versus 25%. So this has been a process, an internal procedure that the board has wanted for as long as I've been here, that we budget 41% regardless of what the actual amount of CalPERS rate is for the year. And so last year, or this current year, it was 25%, and we budgeted 41%. So the difference between those two numbers was the 2.7 million. So this is a total of 8.4 that we will be sending to pay down a portion of our classic PERS safety UAL. Does that answer your question, Director Bernstein?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Or does it help anybody else?
Well,
Kathleen,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Chuck, if you had further. I don't
no,
want to-
please, go ahead, Jim.
Kathleen, this payment is entirely discretionary and voluntary on the district's part.
Correct.
Just thinking back on our first item, the survivor benefit
Right.
issue, and not knowing what that will cost the district, I won't even hazard a guess. I think it other than to say it's likely to be substantial. Just hypothetically, if there was let's say a $3 million cost to that survivor benefit, just for discussion purposes, should we consider suspending some portion of this buy down to put towards that and fund the survivor benefit rather than pay down the liability?
That's a really good question, Director McLaughlin. I think at this time it's budgeted. Basically, the top two are budgeted, and then the reserve is sitting in the PERS reserve fund right now. So we'd have to have a board action to change any one of those numbers to be from what it is prior to year end. But I do think that's possible. The other idea is that for year end in October, how we had put this 3.2 here, should we have funds at that time remaining, we could use those funds towards that payment.
Which is historical. So we've done that every single year, Jim. So, you
The
know,
only,
following
yeah,
up with what Kathy said, I think you should move forward here, but I think as she's saying, you could also redesignate that fund at year end.
Okay, thank you. Virginia?
Yeah, so Jim, you were literally reading my mind. So I was thinking about that very question during the discussion about the the oh, the item number one.
Survivors.
Survey, yeah, sorry. So I mean, I've always been for paying down our unfunded liabilities. And in fact, I'm the one who wanted to have a policy around that. But Kathy, I mean, do you think it makes sense that we bring this back to the finance committee or to see how we could designate some of this if we needed to? Or is it just, is that premature? I mean, we're going to have some special meetings coming up before I think before the year end. So we could add some of this on there and call for another meeting of the finance committee before we have to approve.
yeah, it's a difficult one because these pay downs that we make at this time lowers the amount, the rate for next year.
I understand.
Yeah,
I totally
yeah.
understand
So-
that concept, but we've just been dealt a curveball.
Right, and realistically, I don't know how much that's gonna run the
Right.
district either, so, yeah, that might be prudent.
Yeah, so I'm just throwing it out there, Jim, because I know we've got other special meetings that we are scheduling or are being scheduled. And I mean, Chuck and I could meet as a finance committee after we have another meeting. All of this can be done before the year end. I mean, it's a lot of work, but I don't know, maybe the curveball is too much. It's just too much and we should just approve this. I don't know, but I agree, Jim. That's a question I was thinking of during that item.
Well, there is, Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a timing issue on this one, correct?
Well, it's the budget. It's the budget, right, Harold?
Well, but equally with PERS, so.
Right.
Kathy, you're getting muffled.
When is it? What, I don't even know the deadline. When is the
Oh,
first?
well, it needs to be paid prior to June 30th in order to go into next year's rate calculation.
Oh, I know. I was thinking before the end of this month. I mean, we have other, so I understand.
Okay, so you're not saying wait till the regular July meeting?
No. That's why I'm just saying Jim has, we're trying to schedule special meetings before the end of the month right now. It sounds like, right, Jim? So we can maybe add some, I don't know, maybe it's too big of a situation with the survivor benefits to even look at this, but I just, again, we've been thrown a curveball that might change some of how we put our money into various buckets.
I think Chuck had some comments.
Yeah, I think that's right. There could be a liability here, but it's not a big cash issue. This is a future liability. We can value it now, but it's something that wouldn't be paid for many, many years and so forth. I strongly recommend that we go ahead with this, that we pay it down, we get the current savings right now. And then when we start to talk in the future, as Kathy had indicated, we'll have more excess funds coming in, we expect, and we'll be able to deal with it fine. I don't think we're at risk of any surprise bill hitting us at this point. And the fact is, even if we took another 2 weeks or another meeting, we wouldn't know anything more than we know right now.
I know, that's true, Chuck. I mean,
Well-
I'm okay with doing that too.
All
You have
right.
to look at the solvency of the agency too in regards to other reserves and just your bottom line. I mean,
Right.
I know it's a liability and it's unbooked and we don't know what it is, but I don't think it's anything that's gonna, to Director Bernstein's point, I think, steady as you go here and the answers will be forthcoming and you can make the moves going forward.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just wanted to present different options to address Jim's concern because I had the same ones.
I have one more comment to make, Jim, if I could.
Yeah, please.
Just because it sticks in my craw and I just want to share my discomfort with this. On page 131 or page 2 of this report, the second paragraph, it talks about us getting a very good report from Bartel back in 2015, where we had an estimated liability of $26 million.
Right.
If you look at the next page 132 or page 3 of the staff report, since we had $26 million liability, since 2015, we've paid off over $33 million. And we still owe CalPERS money. And it's a very frustrating thing. And it was, yeah. And I hope that in the next year we can explore alternatives to CalPERS, because again, I'm from Chicago, and to me, this is sort of what the gang does in Chicago, but it's not good business.
All right, is there a motion to approve item 9?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, there's no further discussion. Michelle, would you call the vote?
I will, and I'll also ask for public comment. If anybody has any public comments, please raise your hand or press star 9 if you called in via telephone. Hearing none. Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, that takes us to item 12, approve a resolution authorizing the Fourth Amendment to the agreement with Sky Alert.
I pulled this off again, and let me say why. I'm going to vote for this, but $5,000 per station seems to me extraordinarily high, and I'd like to, we need to do this now, but I'd like to put this on the agenda of either the Finance Committee or the Emergency Preparedness Committee to discuss this, because I think there could be alternatives to it. It's just too expensive. Or they're just getting their information from someone else and passing it on to us.
Chief, I don't know if you have any comments relative to that.
Yeah, it's a limited market. I mean, it's been a while since I've looked to see who else is in it. They have to be approved by the USGS. You know, it's a good system. It's for the safety of our personnel. You know, I think it's a revolutionary technology. I mean, to Director Bernstein's point, the back end of this is the state and USGS, but the front end is these vendors that have developed the interface and monitor the system and do all the, you know, behind the scenes stuff that they do. No different than maybe like a cable company or a Netflix or whatever, only for monitoring. So I don't know that we could get a better deal, but then again, we haven't looked or tried. So we can certainly look at it, but this at the time and based upon bringing on additional facilities and so forth, that's why we have the amount that we have. And I know while it may seem high, you know, based upon what it does, I mean, it's the price of safety. Again, I don't know who else is out there that can beat the price, but if that's what you want us to take a look at, we can certainly do it.
I mean, we own the equipment, right?
Yeah, everything's in the buildings. I mean, so you have to have the interface.
That's an awful expensive app.
Well, there's a box, there's a machine, and then behind that is the company that monitors everything and does, you know, does the stuff we don't even see. So
Sure. All right. There's no further discussion.
I'll move then to accept number to what do you call it? The resolution authorizing the Sky Alert arrangement.
I'll second that.
All right. If there's no further discussion, Michelle, please call the vote.
Okay, seeing no public comments, Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, and the next item, 13, was pulled, adopt a resolution approving the 2021 capital improvement projects. Chuck, I think you pulled that.
Yeah, I did. This was something, we had so many things on the Finance Committee agenda and that we really didn't have time to discuss this. And my recommendation is that we discuss each of these budgets, but let me take issue with, if you look at page 275, it's page 3 of 3 of the staff report. down there we have HVAC replacement, and there's a little over $100,000 for HVAC. If you look over on page, the prior page, 274, which is 2 of 3, it says that per the district's HVAC maintenance company, the equipment is still running well and has had minimal service calls. And the reason that it's on here is because there seems to be some uncertainty of whether or not this constitutes emergency equipment and whether we could get it fixed quickly or not quickly. And because it's aging, the thought is, well, we should just replace it because it's aging. But since we're going to replace all of these stations at some point, and we're going to replace all of this equipment, it seemed to me unnecessary to spend over $100,000 to replace equipment that's working well and it doesn't have much service. Doesn't need much service. So I would like to take this, at least those items. I don't know if we actually have to approve these until they come out. There's some other issues here which I didn't like, the automatic gate versus the manual gate and some of those things. Other people could probably speak to that. But I just felt like we were rushing some projects here that I just don't feel comfortable passing this because it feels like we're rushing projects.
So can I respond to that?
Please do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, John can't be on the call tonight, so I won't call on him. So I know he's not here. What we did some years ago is the CH2M Hill. So we say rushing, that's not a rush report. That's a report that was in place to look at the amortization and lifespan of different, critical functions of every fire station, no different than we had discussed with fire apparatus over the last several months. So at the end of the day, what they had recommended is to replace these units, and they give a lifespan. That said, no different than a reserve engine, these things are running pretty good right now. Of course, we're always subject to availability, especially in the supply chain market that we're in, post-COVID. But the newer units are more energy efficient. The newer units can also have some of the HEPA and other filters that we had, in some cases, wanted to buy separately because we didn't want to just replace these systems. So, you kind of at a fork in the road here, so to speak. The report was commissioned some time ago, but it was very detailed, and that's why we commissioned it. And it was what recommended. That's why we're in this process, because it said, here's the reasonable lifespan before you start to A, have problems, or B, have a failure. And then, that's, nobody wants to be in that position either. So, again, no different than any other consultant's report or anything else. I mean, we're trying to follow professional guidance. We postponed this because of COVID, but we also know that these units that are old, I just replaced, for example, my compressor, my AC unit at my house. It's quieter, it's more energy efficient, and it works better. So, I mean, that's what you get when you have appliances that are over the age span that they've recommended we replace them. So, we can go down the path of start to have problems or replace things. We used to do that here. I can tell you that's not exactly always the best way to do it, because that means things break. Or you can look at what we did here is we commissioned a professional report to give us a lifespan of an item and then recommend a replacement time frame.
Any further?
Jim,
Could you comment on the difference between the automatic gate and the manual gate? And are we to pick one, or what? I'm not sure what we're being asked to do here.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on that too, because there is one. We had a catastrophic failure next door at that building this weekend. So as much as we wanted to reoccupy, and I'm actually looking out the window at it now, it's been pretty much dark since Friday when the electrical sub panel fried. We don't know why. We just knew there was going to be a potential problem at some point adding additional items, which would have been electric gate. We weren't sure if we could do it. But at this point, I know we're under emergency repair to replace the panel, because it's fried on that building. Good news is we didn't have a fire. Bad news is that, you know, as we're going back into repopulating, we can't repopulate the building. So it's not good timing for that. But there's an update. The bottom line is we weren't sure that the prior service could handle one more appliance like an electric gate. So they were trying to analyze that. I'm assuming if we're going to put a new panel in, which is what we're going to have to do, we'll just upgrade the service to it since we're doing it anyway. And I don't know if the old one was a 100 amp. That's not unusual for an older building, or a 200 amp, which would be probably what we want. And I know Mike's on the call. Mike knows more about it than I do, but you know, that's the game changer, is that we had a failure and that building's completely dead right now.
Could we table this item until the next meeting? I mean, is there any crisis?
Yeah, no, Chuck, we wouldn't move. I mean, this is just so that all these things can get in the queue. That's what we're trying to do here. Some of these projects have been approved before, and John just carry them over into the next fiscal year. But yeah, the gate we can table. I mean, there is a security issue. They're trying to protect the vehicles parked behind the building, but you know, we'll be making repairs to the building next door so things can actually work again.
You know, Virginia, I saw your hand, but I saw Robert's first.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Yes, you know, if we're talking about the gate over at on Pogus.
No, this is the gate. This is, I'm assuming Director Bernstein's talking about the gate at the administration, the annex building next door to fire admin, right, Chuck?
Santa Margarita.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we need to, I know we've talked about this before and it have came up. And I think we need to kind of really get back to a process for venting some of these items before they get to the board in a way that once it's come to the board, either it's the first or second round of conversation. I think we done had conversation about this item before, and it seems like once now we're at a point, or staff is at a point ready to move forward on it, now we got some additional questions. And so I don't know how we can vent these questions prior to getting to this particular level, especially when it's on a consent calendar. Maybe it shouldn't have been on the consent calendar, it should have been in a regular calendar. But I think we need to try to figure out a way to vent these items before we really get to the voting stage. And so anyway, that's what I want to say.
Yeah, I
don't know how to
appreciate that. That process is in place. It's gone through strategic, it's gone through finance. I mean, I don't know how many more processes we need to go through, but you know, if a director has concerns, then the director has concerns. But you know, at this point, you know, to update you on that building, the service is going to have to be replaced because it's catastrophically failed. I'm assuming once a new service goes in, it can support an electric gate. Do we need an electric gate versus a manual gate? Yeah, there's a difference in pricing, but we should have some level of security for this facility that's got hundreds of thousands of dollars of vehicles behind it, and that's already been tried to be robbed several times or broken into. So we've added cameras, we've added more lighting, we've done everything we could, but as you know, commercial break-ins are on the up, and you know, at nighttime there's nobody around, although we've been around, but that's going to change. So
Virginia?
I agree with regard to the process. I think it's gone through its normal process. I'm actually in support of it. And I mean, I don't know if you want a motion, Jim, but I'm happy to make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 2021-22 capital improvement projects, establishing budgets for each project and directing staff to update the fiscal year 2021-22 CIP expenditures budget.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
You know, Chief, just a question. You know, this will put it in the queue for the capital improvement plan.
correct. Yeah. So remember, you know, right now the purchasing authorities for 25,000, everything still has to come back to the board once the bids are in for the work. So, I mean, this is not like the last time you're going to see it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Could I just ask Kathleen, please? Kathleen, what does this do to the budget that we just approved? Does it take it up or does it take it down?
it's included.
Let's see. It takes it up a little, but the general fund budget will stay the same. So it's just taking funds out of the CIP.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
so Chuck, you asked about the HVAC. Those had been in there this last year during COVID, but we weren't, there was no way that was going to be replaced this last year, given the circumstances.
All right, if there's no further discussion, Michelle, please call the vote.
And seeing no public comment, Director Bernstein,
No,
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, that took us through that.
there was one more I asked to have pulled off.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chuck.
Number 15.
Number 15, thank you.
Number
Thank you.
15.
The pun group approval.
Yes, I think it's a good idea, and I know it's a guideline for many organizations to change CPAs every maybe 3 to 5 years, just because new eyes see new things, and we've certainly seen that with the change of attorneys and so forth. So I'd like to recommend that we not proceed with the pun group again, but instead go with one of the other two lower bidders.
Yep. Kathleen?
I wanted to be sure to respond to that. With the Poon Group, they're actually using a completely different partner, managing lead. Every single person that will be on this audit is different than anyone we've ever had before. And they seem to be the most, knowledgeable, best experience. That's why we chose them again, because we would have probably made it look, maybe looks better if you choose somebody else in some respects. But like I said, it's a whole completely different group, and therefore.
Kathleen, a question
Sure.
with regard to the annual audit. They do our CAFR audit, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it reasonable to think that they would have picked up on the lack of payments for the survivor benefit to PERS? It was a liability contained in a labor agreement. It was there for all to see, but
Yeah.
presumably, 28 years, it's gone unnoticed. Is it reasonable for us to have expected any auditor to have picked that up?
I don't think that's reasonable, considering the fact that we've had numerous auditors, different ones, over that 20-something year period, and none of them have caught that. I haven't caught that. I mean,
Is it within the scope of that annual CAFR?
it's not, no, it's not. But, PERS has their own audit that they do, which they have done on us, and I don't believe they caught it then.
Hold that thought for further discussion.
Jim?
Virginia?
Yes, so I actually do agree with Chuck, but I also think, Chuck, if they're a different team, we can just, we can work with them for another cycle. I was actually involved with the group. I was on the interview panel that picked the Poon group from the other group that we used before. And we had done the same thing in terms of, I think the last auditor, we used 2 or 3 different teams. So, I'm okay with this right now, but I do agree with you that we probably need to look at, different auditing group. I mean, I think the Poon group does great work, which is one of the main reasons that we picked them in the first place, the audit committee at the time. I think this was back in 2015, around there, 2016.
Right, it was 2015.
15, yeah,
Correct.
something like that. So, I'm okay with one more round with the Poon group if they've got a different team working with us, but I do think, given that we're going on to the 7th year, that we probably want to go through the audit process, the the selection process for a new auditor, which has nothing to do with the quality of the work here, but as Chuck said, fresh eyes.
Right, and with that recommendation that you're saying, the contract that or agreement that we were gonna get into with them was a 3-year.
Yeah.
So is the 3-year, you're thinking get through the 3-year and then do?
Yeah, but I mean, is this team, Kathy, gonna be doing, is this gonna be the same team for 3 years, or do they have 3 different teams, or?
No, they
Or what?
switch out. They do switch out. Usually they'll keep the same partner through the audit. So we have a different partner than the previous one that we've used, but that partner will stay on our account until this contract or agreement is completed. So for 3 years, we'll have the same partner. They change the leads sometimes, not always. And they definitely change the group that comes in.
So this amount for the contract is for 3 years, right?
Yes.
I'm just curious though, if we wanted to do something and change it up after 1 year, I mean, how much lower do you think that would be from the 84,000?
Well, the first year is 27,000, I believe, 27,000.
How's that? I mean, I would have
$27,050. So
that. I think I must have missed that.
it's on the very last
Oh,
page.
here it's the last page. Yeah, I found it. Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
I mean, we don't have to go with the full 3 years.
We don't if we do the contract, if we write the contract to say for the first year and possibly extend it, but not, I think the way it's done at this point would be for the 3 years. It
Yeah,
says
with the
from
84, the
2021.
Not to exceed the 84.
That's
So
we
I
have
don't know.
to-
I mean, I'm not sure what the other directors think, if they want to go for the full 3 years, or, you know, we could do something less than 3 years and then, you know, look for different auditors again.
Well, let's
I
see.
mean,
I think Rob has a comment.
Oh, I don't see Rob on my screen. Sorry, Rob.
No, it's okay. Kathleen, we've used them for 7 years, you said?
Pardon me?
No,
We've used this group for 7 years?
like
No.
6 years.
5 years.
5 years.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any, Chuck?
I wanted to ask, do you recall what the fee was for the current year?
It was the exact same as the one they're recommending for this current, for 2021.
27,000?
27,000, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion?
I mean, I'll make a motion to authorize the fire chief to execute an agreement with the Poon Group LLP certified public accounting firm for professional auditing services for fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 2023 for an amount not to exceed 84,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any public comment?
I see no public comments.
Would you call the vote, please?
Director Bernstein,
Nay.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Nay.
Director McLaughlin.
No. So with that, I don't know if we have an established procedure, Kathleen, if we could just go to the next on the list. Next.
Yes, we don't have that procedure, no. How about if we were to use Poon for 1 year as Director?
Well, I think that's already been addressed in our last motion.
Okay.
No.
No,
I-
she was saying all 3
Stephen?
years. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Steve,
I think it'd be important for me to just jump in for a second.
please.
The RFP included specific evaluation procedures. And the following of those procedures and adhering to the process, I think, is key to ensuring a ultimate award that is defensible and not protestable. So having failed to award a contract to the Poon Group, it seems to me you have two possible choices ahead of you. The uncontroversial would be to cancel the RFP and re-solicit firms. A more controversial, but I think possibly doable path forward would be to send this back to the evaluation committee to reevaluate proposers in light of this action and to bring back a further recommendation consistent with the board, with the RFP's procurement process. For the board now to overrule the evaluation committee and select a different firm is not without some risks, and just want you to be aware of that.
No, thank you for that. Kathleen, I see your hand, but Chuck first.
Stephen, with all due respect, I want to challenge that thought for a moment, because the CPA is an organization that reports to the board of directors. And the board of directors, as far as I know, did not establish any procedure for evaluation. And that was not something that was done. And I think in an organization, just the people who are evaluating the CPA shouldn't be the same, just procedurally shouldn't be the same as the people who are in fact in charge of the accounting and finance of the organization. I think there's kind of an inherent conflict of interest there. Normally in a corporation, it would be your finance committee or something of that sort, and not the controller of the company or the treasurer of the company or the vice president of finance. So I appreciate what you're saying, but you're defending a system that wasn't established by us. And again, maybe it was in the RFP. I didn't read the RFP, so I can't comment. But I'd like you to just to sort of at least think about those points and see if the board, given this is a group that reports to the board, if the board, in a sense, could exercise its authority to pick a CPA to do the work that is properly in the board's domain.
Sure. So appreciate the due respect and return it to you. The legal standard for the board's action in awarding a competitively procured services contract like this is that it can't act in an arbitrary or capricious fashion. And there is just unquestionable case law, but that a failure to follow the procedures stated in the solicitation is an example of an arbitrary decision. That's why I suggested bringing back to you a different recommendation. You would need to have a set of findings supporting why you would want to award to a different firm. And so far the record is just does not include such findings. So I think there is risk that determination to select a different firm could be seen as arbitrary. And I'm just trying to offer you options that are less risky. But you are right, ultimately, it is your decision to whether to adopt staff's recommendation or not and award this contract, as witnessed by the motion that you just carried.
I'd like to make a motion to follow the procedure that Stephen, the second procedure that Stephen outlined. Send this back to the finance committee. I believe, was it the finance committee that made the selection, or was it an ad hoc committee that reviewed the RFP?
Ad hoc.
I don't remember this coming to the finance committee.
Right.
I move that we send it back to the ad hoc committee that made the selection and consider the other three firms that responded to the RFP. Does that conform to your proposal, Stephen?
Yes, I assume that the ad hoc committee is the evaluation committee that considered and scored the proposals. I'm not aware of who that is, but
when I refer to the ad hoc committee, that is the group that considered and scored the
Yeah, so
RFP
you'd be
responses.
sending it back to that committee for a
Yes.
revised recommendation in light of your action this evening.
Yes.
Well, to move this forward, I'll second it, but I'd like to ask who the ad hoc committee is.
Yeah. Who's
Yeah.
on the ad hoc?
Kathleen?
That was the senior accountant and the administrative services manager. And partially, I want
Two people on the ad hoc
Yes,
committee?
this was probably late in coming out. It was put out once on paper, which is what we normally do. We got no responses. I think it was just too fast. My understanding was that this did go to the finance committee as far as scope of service and discussion of putting this out, the RFP in December. But yes, the two people that reviewed it were obviously staff members, and therefore that's, I don't know. I just want to recommend also at least say that, you know, we're getting towards the end of the fiscal year, and it's going to be harder to find auditors that don't already have all of their work set up
Okay,
for
noted.
them.
Yeah, thank you for that. Virginia?
Yeah, can I offer another idea? First of all, I'm a little troubled by the fact that the audit committee, then that's what it is, essentially, only had two people and not anyone really from the finance committee from the board. But I am wondering, I mean, is it possible that we just do 1 year of this and then redo this whole thing so that we can get something done for this year, and we go with spending the $27,050 to just get the 1 year done, and then go through this process again? And I would actually say with a different, I'm not to belittle the audit committee, but first of all, we had 3 people on the audit committee in 2015, so there would never be a tie, or there could be a tie, but there would be someone who could break the tie if there were a
Well,
tie.
Virginia, I just have to point out there's a motion that's been seconded
I didn't hear the motion. What was the motion?
to refer this back to the committee that scored it, that scored the RFP responses
But
in light of it, to consider the 3 remaining firms.
so who seconded it?
I
Chuck,
Okay,
So
well, I'm discussing it.
if you want to amend it to, I'd consider an amendment to add a board member to that selection committee.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to amend that, but I also think we got to get this thing done. That's why I would even think about just doing it for 1 year, the last audit thing, and then have the whole audit process go back again, because since we're near the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. So do you
So
want,
if you want me to amend your motion, Jim, to change the makeup of the audit committee, I can do that. And
sure, I would consider that.
and then what about at least using the POEM group for 1 more year to get
Well, I
this
think
year
that's
done?
I think that's a separate issue. You know, the amended issue would be, the amended motion would be refer this back to the committee that included the administrative manager and the accounting person, and adding a board member
From the
to that-
finance committee.
from the finance committee to that selection process to consider the 3 remaining firms that responded to the RFP.
And then would you also consider the amendment to just do 1 year?
I think that's a separate motion.
Well, not if we get this motion done, it's going to automatically go back without
Yeah.
even a discussion for the other one.
Right.
That's why I would add 2 parts
I
to
would,
it.
well, I would only accept the first part of that, to add a finance.
We got to
committee
get
member.
this thing done.
Well, we do. So I'm willing to accept that if that's, and amend the motion to reflect that, adding a finance person to the selection committee.
That doesn't get the job done. That gets the job done for the future, but not for this audit.
Any further discussion? I will amend my motion to include a member of the finance committee on the selection committee. So Chuck, will you second that amended motion?
Yes, I'll accept that.
All right. If there's no further discussion, any public comment?
I see no public comments.
All right, please call the vote.
Give me one moment. Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right. Let's see, that takes us to item 17. I see it's 9 o'clock. Why don't we recess for 10 minutes?
Jim,
Yes, sir.
before we recess, I'd like to move item 24 to 17.
All right, if there's no objection, we'll move that forward.
Wait,
All right.
which one's item 24? That's the,
Approve revision to the fire chief class description.
Yeah, Jim, the
What,
only
why?
reason we put that first is we weren't sure if people were going to be online from the Red Cross, but I don't,
right.
well, I'll have to find, I don't know that anybody's here from the Red Cross. I'll ask Ryan during the break.
Okay. All right, why don't we break for 10 minutes? Back at 9:15.
Thank you.
All right. I'll call us back to order at 9:15. All right. Chief, do we have anybody from the Red Cross standing by to?
Yeah, I talked to Ryan on the break. It doesn't appear so.
All right.
I thought we were going to have the fire chief class description be before.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, if there's nobody but waiting, if there's no objection, we'll move item number 24 up before 17.
Thank you, Jim.
All right. All right. Let me find that report. You know, I'll speak to this. The HR committee met to review the fire chief's job description. We had asked at our last meeting, we asked Francine to survey 10, agencies in the area, get copies of their job descriptions. Director Solano and I reviewed those. We thought the one that Palo Alto has in place reflected the the duties and responsibilities for that position, and we asked Francine to make those changes to the current job description, and we recommend that to the full board, that we adopt the job description currently used by the city of Palo Alto for their fire chief. Anything, Rob, anything you'd add to that, or?
That's, well, other than, we also took a look at the Redwood City one too, and it had a in-skill section also.
All right. Francine, any comments?
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. So yeah, I just, I updated the job specification to include some of the knowledge, skills, and abilities and physical attributes from similar to what Palo Alto included in their job spec. I also cleaned up some gender-specific language. I modernized other language and terminology that was used in the job spec, and then added the EEO and ADA language.
All right. Rob, do you want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Are we going to have a discussion on this after the motion?
Sure.
Of course we do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion.
Hey, are we gonna talk about this before we make a motion or what?
Well, I thought we'd make a motion and then
We can have a
discuss. If you want to
discussion.
discuss it first, I don't have a problem.
I mean, that's typically how we work.
Okay, well,
Are
let's
we
let's
changing?
discuss it first then. Virginia, if you want to
No,
give.
go ahead, Robert.
I'm concerned about, and no disrespect for anybody who have looked at other job descriptions somewhere else, but you didn't give us the opportunity to look at those same job descriptions, maybe come up with some other type of comments and things that we might want to put in there. But I'm concerned about this whole notion about we're looking at, which has to do with skills, starting off with skills on page, well, it just says skills in, and it talked about you erased certain skills that you said it was not in, or scratched out was not important, like processing, word processing, or calendaring, or emailing, or even operating assigned equipment. I mean, you're saying it's not important for a chief to have any of those skills by the fact that assuming you took it out. And I know they very, it seems like very administrative in nature, but I think that some of the jobs that the chief need to have are administrative in nature. There were some skills in here regarding towing, ability to maintain physical condition appropriate to management of a life-threatening firefighting activity. So a language like that really tells me if I had any sort of disability, physical disability that may not necessarily keep you from doing a chief's work, if I'm not able to if I have any of those limitations, that not even to apply for the job. And so I'm concerned that that we're moving in a direction that I think that there's, to me, there's some caution to the wind on putting language in, things into a job description or chief qualification that might lend itself to for some lawsuits later on. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. Again, and I'm trying to find the one that really kind of turned my ears up when I saw it, and it's just climbing stairs, ladder, performing life-saving rescue procedures, walking, standing, or sitting for extended period of time, operating assigned equipment and vehicle. If those are skills for the chief of our department, then I'm kind of wondering what kind of what exclusion that's going to take for someone who may have all the other skills necessary, the intuitive skills, the cognitive skills, the reasoning skills, the ability to be able to perform on a more high intellectual level relationship with other people versus relying solely on these physical attributes. So that's what I have problem with the changes that are here. So, Virginia?
Is it, I can speak now. I agree with Robert on a lot of the comments that he's made. I think actually, given the environment that we're in, I think this is actually a fairly exclusionary job description. And quite frankly, to even look to the Redwood City Fire Chief's job description is ridiculous, considering they are involved in a major discrimination lawsuit. So I think that this policy is very micromanaging. I know that in exclusionary in terms of the abilities, a lot of the things that Robert addressed, but I don't see anything in here about, we want to talk about training. Where's the, maybe I missed it, Francine, but where's the, do you want someone who has DEI training? Not that that may be the most important thing, but you know, Redwood City is going through such a bad discrimination lawsuit. I'm shocked that you would even look at something with their fire chief's job description, especially with DEI training. If you're gonna look to Redwood City, help me find the DEI training part. The whole ADA compliance, you say you have in compliance with Americans with Disabilities Act, reasonable accommodations. What's considered reasonable? Y'all may not have, look, what we've gone through with the chief situation, and this happened soon after I was elected in 2011, is not the ideal situation, but I believe the chief has acted very well. I mean, we've gone through a lot of difficult times, and I almost feel like this job description was written to exclude people like our current chief, and maybe even limit future chiefs. I think it's a very exclusionary job description. And quite frankly, I don't know why we're doing this job description change in the middle of a chief search. So I have a major problem with all of those things. And I can't support this without any collaboration from other board members instead of just the HR committee.
One last thing I just want to add, if no one else has anything to say, I'm probably not, but on page 4 of the class description, up at the top, it starts out with a candidate currently lacking enough college units will be given an opportunity to obtain his or her degree in a reasonable time period, mutually agreed upon between the district board and the candidate. That whole paragraph was scratched out. So the question has become one of, if we have from the firefighters on up a requirement for education for each level, if they don't have it, the opportunity for them to get it and obtain it. So do you sacrifice the leadership that a person may have or the skills a person may have while being lacking in some area? There's no incentive if a person don't have a master's degree in business or firefighting, but they excel in all these other areas where it is necessary to gain experience and education about the industry. Not having that one degree is going to keep them away from excelling in the next level up. I think there needs to be opportunity and incentive given to people written into any job description or classification or a description that allows for that person to if they're motivated to acquire all these other skills, they'll be motivated to move forward. If they are, that's their intent. Sometimes people don't. Sometimes they're not motivated. But I think to exclude that from this particular opportunity or description, from this description of, I think it's kind of doing a disservice to any future chief that we might have, might be out there, may be available to us. Anyway,
Chuck?
let's call it a wrap because I know where it's going.
Chuck?
I was going to say, I had a little bit different focus, but I also felt that some things should be added here. I didn't think that there was sufficient focus on 95% of the job, which is not fire suppression. Fire suppression is just a tiny, tiny portion of the job. It's probably the most complex thing and the most catastrophic thing. But I thought there's really very little mention of emergency medical services. I'm not sure there's any mention of disaster preparedness or volunteer organization in disaster preparedness and so forth. I made a number of comments about this in what I sent to the chief. And I guess I would like to ask the HR committee to put this back on their agenda, to take comments that they've heard from Virginia and from Robert, and my comments are there. And I would appreciate it if you guys would look through these comments and give this another go around.
I agree.
Well,
And
Chuck, with responding to your comments, which I appreciate, if you look at page 2 of the class description, ability to effectively and efficiently manage a fire service organization. I would suggest a fire service organization, as used in this context, is all encompassing. It includes all of the different features that you suggested: emergency services, emergency preparation, medical services, just all the things a modern fire service agency does.
Yeah, Jim, may I add too?
Right.
Under typical and important duties, under number 1, administers and directs, as you just said, Jim, the activities of the district relating to fire suppression, emergency medical services, fire prevention, emergency preparedness, and administration, which includes overseeing, evaluating, budgeting, and managing short and long-term objectives.
Well, can I come back on that? If you look at page 2, under the minimum qualifications, middle of the page, all of this focus, the first bullet, principles of advanced fire science, suppression and prevention, nothing about community organization. If you go down to maybe the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet, modern fire suppression methods and so forth. Everything is oriented toward fire suppression. And I think there's knowledge, I think knowledge of you know, medical techniques and things like that are important. I think there in the past has been a little bit of kind of, I don't know, say institutional hostility toward paramedics maybe. And given that we are, the vast majority of our services are medical, I think that needs to have a little bit more focus here. And I don't think it would be the fact, other organizations that are just, you know, municipal fire departments are almost purely dealing with fire. Yes, they do emergency medical also, but they don't do so much with administration. They don't do so much with volunteers. In any case, I would just like to ask you to consider the comments people are making, take one more look at this and come back with a revised draft for us to consider.
Yeah,
Virginia?
I agree with Chuck, and I think that all of the suggestions that he's made and what Robert's concerns are and what my concerns are, you know, should be incorporated into this job description. I mean, we're looking at, I think, Chuck, you're probably looking at this as you're looking at the future as well, right? And so what does that mean? And you know, I agree with you about the community piece, since that is such an important part of, you know, I think our district. I think we need diversity in here as well, in terms of you're gonna go through the abilities to do all of these things. I would definitely try to see, you know, what kind of, if you know, DEI training is preferable, whatever, something. But I certainly would not use the Redwood City Fire Chief's job description model for ours.
I want to take just a minute. I want to take just a minute and describe, you know, some of the discussions that went into the development of this. You know, we looked at 10 agencies, and the one that we really focused on was Palo Alto. And I don't think anybody would accuse them of being discriminatory, exclusionary, or out of touch with modern or applicable job standards.
Well, I wouldn't know, Jim. I
I
haven't done that
I wouldn't be
research.
so quick to say that, Jim.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Well, let me finish my thoughts with you, please.
Go ahead.
There's the whole concept of the public safety retirement versus miscellaneous retirement. If you back out things like the physical requirements, you're essentially offering it up to a much broader audience that wouldn't justify a public safety retirement. Part of which you would be eliminating the last step in the career ladder for career fire suppression people. So there's that to consider. You know, and again, I go back to, we reviewed the job descriptions from 10 agencies. virtually all of those agencies had a physical component to their job description. So we are the ones currently that is the outlier. We are not in the mainstream. So if I appreciate Chuck's comments, and I am happy to take it back. The new chief won't start until September, October, so that gives us some time to re-examine this. I would ask Robert, Virginia, if you have specific comments, I would appreciate getting them in writing so that we can consider them in the HR committee, and we will give them due consideration and bring it back.
Yeah,
Robert,
keeping in mind that this job description is coming from the whole board. The chief reports to the whole board. We should have been collaborating on this way before this time.
Of course.
So,
Rob, did you have a comment? Excuse me, I think Rob had his
Go ahead.
hand up first there, Robert. Rob?
Well, that's why we're discussing it now, Virginia. This is the reason why we're discussing it. It's because it has come to the full board. And if you could, as Jim said, provide us with some written feedback, that'd be great. I mean, and Chuck, you know, that first statement under typical and important duties, you know, we thought that was basically a really good catch-all relative to everything that he or she is going to overlook as a fire chief. So if we need any more specifics as to EMT training or paramedic training or paramedic certification, I mean, you know, that would be something that, you know, we would consider, but we thought that this was a pretty good generalized description. And looking, as Jim said, at all the 10 other ones, we felt Palo Alto was a pretty good parallel. And then secondly, when we're looking, as Jim said, with the fire public safety versus the actual miscellaneous employee as to CalPERS, we saw that they all had a physical requirement where they talk about standing, sitting, direct distance response to major fire alarms, work environment. They talk about the ability, both in an office setting and an emergency firefighting environment. They talk about actually working incident, you know, inclement weather, exposure to dangerous persons, animals, hazards, emergency driving, traffic control, and working in or near traffic, and natural and man-made disasters. So we thought we covered pretty much a lot of that relative to trying to parallel what CalPERS describes as the fire public safety position or fire public safety position.
So we hear you.
Thank
you.
No, I want to say one other thing. Don't dismiss me like that, okay? There are two things that I want you to please pay particular attention to what I'm going to say. One is that we made this, when I say we, I'm talking about the fire district, Menlo Park Fire Protection District, may not be part of the mainstream of the fire departments. That's what set us apart for not being part of the mainstream. We have allowed certain outliers, certain kind of flexibility based upon the compassion that people have or had in this organization from the board on down. And I think to try to fit in like everybody else, you can go get a job description anywhere. And it will say exactly what you are looking for. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it fits at this particular institution because of the tradition and things that have happened down through the 100 years of existence. If you want to create a mainstream of what Palo Alto does or what Redwood City does, then that's the majority of the board's decision to do so. But I think this institution has a little bit more a favor in itself by not following the crowd, following Tom, Dick, and Harry, not following a work environment where the ability to work in both an office setting and in an emergency firefighting environment with exposure to fire, smoke, bodily fluids, and et cetera, and et cetera. If that's what we want for our chief, fire chief is to jump out of his role as a fire chief and fighting fires. I mean, it sounds like we're one horse type of town with one fire station and one volunteer firefighter. I don't think we are there at that point. We have matured, I think, as an institution. So I'm just saying, we asked you to bring back information. You brought back the information, but you only brought back one position, 3 resumes or job description from 3 different areas as part of mainstream. And I'm just asking you just to be a little bit for us to be a little bit more flexible on what we are looking for in a chief. And I've given you my opinions, and so take it for what it's worth at this point. Thank you for your indulgence.
All right, thank you for that. Again, I certainly have heard the comments made here, and when it goes back to the committee, we'll take them into account as we revise it. So,
I make one other suggestion.
Chuck.
I think it would be helpful if you could look, and there may be others like this that I don't know, but if you could look at the job description for Chief Duker in Palo Alto also, who I think has a job that we would like to have be done at our fire district by the chief himself. I've not read it, and I'm not suggesting it's a model, but I think it covers duties that are broader than just fire suppression. So if you could somehow get your hands on that document, I think it could be helpful.
What is his role at Palo Alto?
Well, there's 3 public safety chiefs in Palo Alto. There's the police chief, there's the fire chief, and then I don't know his exact title, but he's like the emergency services chief.
Francine, if you could get those for us, we'll
Yeah, and he works directly under the city manager. He doesn't work under either the fire chief or the police chief. Mr. Duker is independent of the other 2 chiefs as the emergency, I believe he's the emergency preparation manager or project manager. So Francine, if you could get us that job description, that'd be great.
Virginia?
Yeah, I would also ask that as you consider other, comparisons, that you compare apples to apples. We're a special district. We're a very different animal than a city fire department. We're a different structure. We have different rules that we operate under. I mean, it's a very different animal. So if you're going to look at other comps, make sure that you're looking at districts, because all I've heard, and I haven't seen this.
That was one of the 10. One of the 10 was a special district.
And it was
10%.
And it was
10% of your 10% of your comps was a special district. It means 90% of them were not. So I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just saying, we have some special districts here. We have Coastside Fire, we have Woodside Fire. I mean, they may not be exactly the same, but they're very, very different structures. And I actually wouldn't even rely on, I'm sorry, can I finish talking, please? I wouldn't rely on a city's fire department only looking at those structures.
Jim? Yeah, Aptos Fire District, which is a special district, was also considered, and it had.
Right, that's not in your report, Rob. I don't know what y'all looked at.
Well, you don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you, Virginia. Okay, will you let me continue? Thank you. All right, Aptos Fire District. Okay, was part of that. And in there, it has physical requirements, which is what we talked about. So that's a special district, okay? We parallel the special district. Have you seen Coastside, the actual fire chief? That's a Cal fire chief. Have you seen his job description?
That's not my, I'm not working on this, Rob.
I would ask,
So,
It's
so,
not,
so
but
I'm
I'm
not
just
gonna be, I'm
saying,
not gonna get into an
Virginia,
argument. I'm not trying to get into an argument. I'm just pointing out that 90% of your organizations were not comparable to ours. So
If there's-
that's all I'm saying. So
if
I'm
there's
just
nothing new,
asking you to look, and I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that when I'm just giving you a suggestion, and I'm sorry, the list of the people or the organizations that you looked at was not in the report. So I don't know what was looked at. Maybe that should be added in to the report in the future so that everyone gets the information. But
unless
I'm
there's
sorry,
something new,
1 out of 10 is not a good number.
unless there's something new, let's conclude that.
Well, I know, but I mean, when I get
Yeah, yeah.
attacks lobbed at me, Jim, I don't appreciate that. I'd like to at least fend for myself.
If there's nothing new, let's move on to the next item. This will go back to the committee and we will bring it back at the July meeting. All right, that brings us to item 17. Discuss and consider allocating office space to the American Red Cross.
Yeah, so directors, we brought this to the Emergency Preparedness Committee, and I don't want to get ahead of them. They were the ones actually that recommended to come to the board. There is no formal proposal ready yet. Red Cross, has some other things they're still doing, but I don't know if, the committee members, or, Director Jones or Director Crawley want to speak to this. I think the report speaks to itself. I tried to include those elements last month in my chief's report, so it's not the first time it's come before you, but I don't want to get ahead of the board members. So if Director Crawley wants to speak to this, I know both board members on the committee seem to like it, but also thought, bringing it to the board here for some additional discussion may be warranted so that no additional staff time or other things would be committed if in fact it's not something that you would want to do. So I'll turn it over to Director Crawley, who's the chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. And I see that we have a member of the public who has her hand raised as well. So Jim, just as an FYI, so that you're aware. The E-Prep committee did discuss this and we were supportive of it, but I also am glad that, I had another chance to reread the report. But we thought it was best that we have a board discussion because I do think it's a little bit different from the previous Red Cross agreement that we had. And I think I also make note of the fact that this is not the same Red Cross chapter. This is the Bay Area chapter versus the Silicon Valley chapter with whom we worked last time. So I just wanted to kind of show the differences. And Robert and I agreed that, this deserved a full board discussion. It's just mainly because it's not the same terms. The last time we had a rental agreement with the Silicon Valley Red Cross chapter, and this is not the same thing. So I wanted that to be pointed out specifically because that happened. I think Chuck, Rob, and I were the only 3 on the board. And Jim, since you're the president, it would probably behoove you to know what happened before.
Yeah, this is more of that's a good description there. This is more of a services in kind. So it is different.
Right.
I think there's a lot of, there were noted 6 benefits. I think in terms of trying to kickstart the CERT program, as many of the people, the area leaders in both Athens and Menlo Park and East Palo Alto have been trying to focus on in terms of getting more training, having more training done. And right now, the district is providing Red Cross Ready program training for on a monthly basis, which is what I think would only accentuate that process within all of the communities. I think that's a really strong benefits. And also, I think the bullet point number 2, in terms of working with the Red Cross, providing once COVID, everything is being opened up now, the groups are being able to get more mobile to be able to provide certain training like CPR, smoke detectors, shelter training in the communities in preparation for disaster. I think there would be an extremely good benefit for the CERT group, since we're trying to one of the items on the agenda now is talking about the DSW and how that really would play. So I think they have a lot to offer, not only through the CERT, but also for helping out with the much larger firefighting role that they provide and assist with right now, and being able to help the district or provide assistance for the district for some space, having some space, giving them space to do what they need to do, and the service that they bring to the district. I think it's just added benefit. It's a win-win situation, in other words.
So do you want me to continue, Jim?
Please do.
So let me just say that I thought it was a good idea, and then I read a little bit more in depth and realized that a lot of the benefits that we would be getting are benefits that already exist. And I know this because I know that the Silicon Valley chapter, and I think, well, that we did like the fire alarm installations, or the evacuation shelters and stuff. I've done those things as a Red Cross volunteer, and it requires extensive training. Even I was deployed to the Mendocino complex fire to deal with sheltering and those operations. So I'm not sure, and maybe the chief or Ryan could help enlighten me. What extra benefits are we getting here that the Red Cross doesn't already do? Because I was on the board of the Silicon Valley Red Cross chapter, which is not the same as this Red Cross chapter number 1. I'm no longer on the board of the Silicon Valley Red Cross. So, we don't even, I don't have any conflict here, but having been on that board for about 9 years, Harold, I don't see how these benefits go beyond what they would normally do. The agreement we had with the Silicon Valley Red Cross chapter was a rental agreement, and it happened when I was on the board, and we had to approve the Silicon Valley Red Cross chapter's budget to pay for this. And I remember we had this on our agenda too, to enter into a rental agreement and kind of hammer out some of the details, like, the custodial services and things like that. I don't see that here. I see these benefits being what the Red Cross already does. So it's almost like we're giving them space for them to do their normal jobs. So I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here.
No, I think you're, let me give you my side of it, and then if Michelle can enable, Ryan Zollicoffer is at the 650-585-2255 number. Michelle, if you can allow him he's got his hand up to speak too. But, look, you're correct. I think no matter what happens, we're going to have a good relationship with the Red Cross because we have a good relationship with them already. You mentioned fire activity. We get a fair bit of fire activity, specifically in places like East Palo Alto, and every time that we have a fire, we have a good working relationship in the field with the Red Cross. They're fairly prompt. The benefit I think that you see on any hub where the Red Cross would be, or base of operations, is that everything there, it's a little easier for them to support that entity, meaning that, if they're based here, it's easy because the equipment's here, right? So you're going to get maybe a little bit quicker response for fires or other things that happen. Certainly, they've articulated that they would like to use the classroom for their training. So you're going to see more frequency of our facility being used as a hub for their training, which is a benefit to local residents, because it's going to be here more often than it would be somewhere else, just because of convenience, from moving supplies from literally one facility or one building to the next right down the street, or storing those there so that repetitively they have some consistency and, you know, can do that over and over again. I would say that's probably the biggest benefit of anything. It's no different than when we rented to IEC at the warehouse. You know, we got a benefit of having our personnel being able to go down there and take classes after they got off work or during the time at which they were at work. So I thought there was a huge benefit to us to support our own personnel. So I see the same thing here. There's a few other things that have to do with the USAR program, and we just looked at the whole palette of what they can do to support the organization. But if Ryan's enabled now to speak, you know, he's the one dealing directly with them. And I know they're excited about it, but I'll let him talk to, you know, the specificity, if you don't mind. So Ryan, can you, there you go. I hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Thank you, Chief. Yeah, I think the biggest advantage to this partnership is the direct support and the network that they bring to the district and to the community that we can leverage, not only from the resources perspective, but, you know, we talk about the volunteer management side too as well. They have a huge network, over 200 disaster response volunteers that are deployable, that are trained, and that get that experience overall, to which we can integrate with our CERT volunteers. But more importantly, I'm looking at integrating, the district's looking at integrating a lot of their Red Cross Ready programs that we're already doing monthly, but the CPR programs, the Stop the Bleed, and other potential opportunities where we can integrate our efforts directly with this network and this resource locally in our community to enhance our capabilities. So I see a lot of great possibilities. These services are provided to other agencies, but when it gets to direct contact and integrating our operations with Red Cross on a regular basis, we'll be able to develop a training program and plans, utilize our CERT volunteers and integrate them with Red Cross opportunities where they can actually get more experience in a disaster capacity. And not only can they actually provide support to first responders from the fire rehab, but they also have other trained professionals and EMTs and nurses that we would be able to leverage, and they're going to be directly on our premises where we can have those conversations. We can explore other ideas as far as trainings, operational capabilities, as far as response, as far as volunteer networks. So I just think the opportunity to have them on site is a huge advantage for the district, for the community, and also all the neighboring entities.
And that fire support beyond the victim support, which, you know, is typically what we're working with them on, what we've done is ask them if they would basically backfill what the fire buffs used to do, which was come to a scene, provide, you know, they would have juices and different things. So they were more of a rehab unit for the firefighters. When that disappeared, we lost that. And that's never come back. It's, you know, you can throw a flat of water in the BC car, have some of the stuff within a vehicle or a fire apparatus. But, you know, we've asked them if they could take on that role, and they didn't blink. I think that's you know, if you're out on a call at 2, 3 in the morning and, you know, you want to have rehab, you're going to have rehab no matter what, but to have somebody there to facilitate that with the proper, you know, items and so forth is a real nice thing to have. I mean, I know that today we try not to drink things like coffee, but something warm when you're freezing is nice. And that's including for victims or other people that are displaced. So, you know, like I said, when the fire buffs disappeared, that disappeared with them.
You know, thanks.
Chief, if I can just say one more last thing too in regards to this benefit to the district is I know that the Belhaven areas with Facebook is building a new rec center over there that is going to qualify as a shelter management operations center. You know, having Red Cross directly at the fire district helps to mitigate a lot of those unnecessary area opportunities as far as setting up shelters, because we'll be able to tap into those resources and have them deploy immediately for shelter management with trained professionals. And then we can integrate our volunteers, whether they're CERT or from other neighborhood communities, into this process, into this system a lot quicker and smoother since they're on site for us. So I think from the shelter management operations standpoint, just having them in our jurisdiction is a huge advantage.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You know, I see Lynn Bramlett's had her hand up for a while. I'd like to hear from her now. Michelle, can you bring her on?
Good evening. I'm Lynn Bramlett, and I'm speaking for myself and not on behalf of an organization. I have multiple concerns about the proposal, which I heard first at the E-Prep committee. And after thinking about it, I'm here tonight. First, I think the new fire chief should be consulted on this idea before it goes very far. Next, the staff report states that the idea was initiated by the Red Cross, who reached out to all public agencies within San Mateo County. I asked, what was the response from the other agencies? Were there concerns? If so, what were they? Was any office space offered? If so, what was the Red Cross's response? I'm also concerned about the use of a public resource to benefit a non-public organization. Seems to me that the taxpayers should be consulted. Even if they approve, I ask if it's fair to benefit a particular Red Cross branch without giving other worthwhile nonprofits or other Red Cross branches an opportunity to make their case for the space. The County of San Mateo is also working to revive its Medical Reserve Corps, and they also seek volunteers. Perhaps they would like the space. Then I asked what the OEM program employees will be doing. What will be their role versus the role of the Red Cross? More explanation was needed. Benefit 1 states that the proposal is an opportunity to integrate our CERT volunteer groups locally with the American Red Cross and provide more volunteering opportunities to its CERTs. First, clarity is needed on what CERT groups the district proposes to integrate. Next, I think that the district trained CERT should be asked if they want opportunities to volunteer with the Red Cross or their opinion of this. I am on the district CERT mailing list, and I don't recall seeing an email asking our opinions. Finally, I asked that the fire board not wait for the results of the outside study of the OEM program to advance disaster preparedness across the jurisdictions. There are opportunities to foster collaboration now between the OEM program and the community-based CERT volunteer groups. We could work to hold a CERT volunteer celebration. We could work together to have a table at the September 18th County Disaster Prep Fair. I sent you a new trifold that could be used as such a table. We could also work together on wildfire mitigation and fire safety workshops. So there are opportunities now to do things together to advance disaster preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bramlett. Any other thoughts on this matter? Chuck?
Yeah, I want to respond to two things. One is I'm a CERT trained person. It's my belief that the CERT mission is very different in both scope and timing to the Red Cross mission. There may be complementarities, but I don't see the Red Cross helping CERT or CERT helping the Red Cross. CERT's primary mission is reconnaissance right after a disaster. In other words, CERT's major benefit is within 2 or 3 hours of a disaster, sort of accounting for neighbors, helping set up things, being a communications network to tell the professionals where problems exist and so forth. The Red Cross is skilled in things that are typically 24 to 48 to even 72 hours after a disaster, setting up shelters. You don't need shelters in the first day or two. Setting up food and things. Those are things nobody's going to starve to death in the first 24 hours, but people who are trapped in their home after an earthquake, they need immediate help. And that's not what the Red Cross does. So I think this idea of integrating sounds good in this sort of global mishmash universe, but in reality, it's just not the same group at all. I was also going to say that, in fact, the district did train about, I don't know the exact number, maybe 10 to 15 volunteers. It has a rehab vehicle right now. They were trained in its use and they were ready to be mobilized. And this training took place perhaps 5 years ago. I was one of the people that got trained for that. It's never been called upon. It's never been asked to serve. So it exists. It was ready. It goes out and does things when they have the drills, it serves coffee in the morning or whatever, or it has Band-Aids if somebody gets hurt. But it's never been used for the purpose for which it was established. So again, I don't see this here. I think the idea of working together, I think sharing classroom space, I think all that is fine. But I think giving office space, I just don't think that that's what we should be doing at this point. We're talking about if two people would occupy, say, 400 or 500 square feet of space, 500 square feet of space, $4 a square foot per month, we're talking about $2,000 per month is the value there. It's not huge, but it's $24,000. It's just, there just doesn't seem to be any reason to be giving away resources at that level. And I think we're still too early in our space planning needs to know whether we even have the space to give away at this point.
Yeah, Robert, I saw Rob's hand first, then Robert, and then Virginia.
So, yeah, I'm not in favor of this proposal.
Rob? You're muted, Rob.
Sorry. I have some questions for Ryan or the chief. Where do we have office space to provide them with, Chief?
Ryan, you want to take this? Because I know you took them around and looked at all that. Are you still unmuted?
Yeah, so we were looking at the annex building right next to 170 administration building. They were looking for personnel for about two to three people, and then with some response vehicles where they could possibly be housed at the USAR facility in East Palo Alto, or possibly at Station 1 based on if we expand or what we're doing with Station 1 construction. But you know, they're looking just for minimal personnel, staff to help with the disaster financial claims, also trainings, and also their disaster response volunteers. And so that's the space we're looking at.
Jim, can I continue?
Please.
Thank you. Where are they located now?
They're in Burlingame currently.
And how many actual Red Cross chapters are there that serves our area responsibility?
I can answer that. Rob.
It sounds like Virginia is knowledgeable.
Yeah, go ahead, Virginia. Thank you.
So there are two chapters that abut our area, the ARCBA chapter, which is the American Red Cross Bay Area chapter, which has a primary focus in San Francisco. And then there's the Red Cross Silicon Valley chapter. That was the board that I was on, and that we had a rental agreement with, I've got probably 6 years ago. They actually merged. Well, there's the Santa Clara Valley chapter that merged with the Palo Alto chapter. I don't know if y'all remember, but in downtown Palo Alto near MacArthur Park, in that train station area, or the train tracks area.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so Rob, that's where the Palo Alto chapter's office was. But they do stuff all over Santa Clara County, but they're also headquartered out of San Jose now. I mean, you asked a good question, because I was wondering the same thing. Why is it now that the Bay Area chapter is reaching out to us, Ryan? They've had years to do this, and they've never been interested in this until now, because their focus has primarily been from Burlingame up north, and the Silicon Valley chapter has been the Mid-Peninsula down to San Jose.
Okay.
So does that answer your question, Rob?
Yeah, it does. Jim, I just had two more.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Okay, thanks. We have a request for proposals out for this emergency prep, and how we're going to deal with the actual foundation and project for emergency preparation. And I'd like to get that report after, before I would go forward with this, providing any type of office space for anyone. And then secondly, we are going to get a new fire chief here. And I think the point was well put by Chuck. This would be something a new fire chief would definitely, I would want to hear his or her spin on this also. So at this point, I just, the warehouse, well, Chief, do we have enough office space at the warehouse? The new warehouse there?
Probably, we'd have to look. I think the space next door, when they said a couple desks made sense. These are not full-time people. But just, for clarity too, remember, I believe, and Ryan can answer this better than I think they're paid. They've rented the space in Burlingame, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, like through the end of the year. But, what happened at the committee was, okay, so so it's through the end of the year. So Director Jones had asked this come to the board so that, staff either, continue to spend a little bit of time on it. But, when you ask about the new chief or who's going to get it, none of this would happen before really the end of it would happen after the end of the year, but I think they weren't looking to do anything until, towards the end of the year. So I'll certainly not be here at that point. So whether or not, but they're also looking for some level of engagement. So we did engage with them, thought maybe there was a fit, but I think, it would be nice to know if we're going to continue or not, to give them at least the ability to continue to look around for space, or if there's something that makes sense and other things that don't. I can tell you, I know, Virginia just mentioned that they were oriented towards Burlingame North, but I can tell you, we probably had 5 fires, most of them down in East Palo Alto, and they've been very good at responding and doing displacement services for everybody within fairly short order. So, I mean, that's also been, I think, a good relationship boost that we're seeing, a more aggressive posture on behalf of at least this chapter to support and reach out to people, when their lives are turned upside down, and then help us out too.
Rob, are you done, Rob?
I just, my one question about the office space, do we have it or not?
Yeah, so we can support 2 positions right now. But again, things are in flux, right? So in terms of, I don't, with the staffing that we have, which is consistent, I think that's definitely a possibility to do that.
Well, thanks.
Robert?
I can tell you what I know through experience is that from the last flood that took place in East Palo Alto, in terms of the Red Cross, as soon as I got the call, there was a flood. And it was in my own backyard, 2 blocks over from it. And I went over to my church, which is over at Faith Missionary Baptist Church. And before I can get there to open up the door, the Red Cross was there because they knew that's where one of the places in the neighborhood that people could go if they was in trouble with the flood. And so they have always been, as the chief mentioned, they're doing fires, and like I say, during the flood, and other situations. They have done a lot of walked around the neighborhood and helped individuals, household put up smoke detectors. So there is a need, and it all emanated out of the Burlingame office. I know Bill O'Callahan, and so Bill leads the local area in terms of with volunteers and assisting in things, whether it's East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, or anywhere in the Southern Peninsula. So there is a value for them, and I think that maybe people can't be able to see it now, but there is an opportunity for them to one aspect of the CERT program that they can help facilitate moving that process along.
Right, Virginia?
Yeah, so I'm actually CERT trained and Red Cross trained. And I agree, there's nothing that overlaps there. And in fact, what worries me, what worries me is that these jobs of putting the smoke detectors up, if that's the extent of the volunteer opportunity, I do think that our volunteers may not go for that. And I don't know, I mean, as a CERT, I would probably want more than putting smoke detectors up. I mean, I actually helped plan the volunteer event for high school kids to do that. But the training is so different Ryan, I'm not sure, did you have a plan in mind about what volunteer opportunities our certs could have with Red Cross without going through the extensive, I mean, hours of training, for Red Cross volunteer opportunities? I mean, what kind of plan would there be, or do you have in mind for volunteer opportunities for our CERT groups to do? And even for the Red Cross, the non-CERT trained Red Cross volunteers, what kind of plan did you have for them for our CERT volunteers opportunities? Because I'm telling you,
Great
I've gone
question.
through both trainings and they're so
Yeah.
different.
Well, one of the biggest things during a disaster is the need for volunteers for shelter management. So that's something we've been trying to work with the city folks as well, with the staff there, but even more importantly with the volunteers. That would be one of the things that they can provide training as far as shelter management operations. I know that is maybe a 2-day or 3-day class. I'm not sure as far as the extent, but they do have a role during every significant disaster. And if volunteers are looking for an opportunity to be activated in a formal capacity, whether it's through that city, the fire agency, or the police department, Red Cross is another entity that's well recognized, and it has a role in disaster recovery as well as response. And so this would just kind of create more broader opportunities to be more all hazard based, not only for certs, but also provide them with the capacity to understand some of the operational capabilities associated with, Health and Human Services, as well as being a direct resource for shelter operations, and the sound the alarm as far as the smoke detectors. I've done that through my years too, 20 years ago, but that helps with hazard mitigation for potential fire risk exposures to areas that we've identified that are an area of high risk. So, the certs would be contributing in a mitigation capacity with the Red Cross in that kind of a forum. But they do a lot of things from response to recovery that, from a legitimate emergency service entity that our volunteers could be part of if they felt that they wanted to go that direction.
But they can do that now without this kind of giving this space. Our volunteers can do that. Like I said, I'm Red Cross trained and CERT trained, both. I didn't have to wait. I mean, that's, I had the opportunity to do, I chose to do that. I mean, what I'm saying is that the Red Cross provides that opportunity for anyone who wants to do it, whether or not they're with our fire district, right? And so I'm trying to understand what beyond the baseline Red Cross opportunities we're going to get, because any one of the certs right now can be trained through the Red Cross to do shelter management, to do evacuations, to do all of these things, right? I mean, so that's what I'm saying. The benefits here are things that can already be done, whether or not we give them space. Now, this is not to say that I don't want to collaborate with the Red Cross. Obviously, I do. I've been trying to do this, and we have with the Silicon Valley chapter for years, right? But I don't understand, Ryan, like what extra things are we going to get from them? I mean, I'm looking at these benefits, and I don't, they're already like, I don't know. I'm trying to look at something here. Opportunity to provide direct support to the communities. Our certs can do that. I mean, I guess my other question is, have you talked to the cert? Well, I mean, I'm a cert. This is the first time I'm hearing this in terms, I mean, have you talked to the volunteer groups in Atherton, Menlo Park, East Palo Alto, and North Fair Oaks? I mean, maybe I missed something in terms of any kind of direct communications as a CERT trained person by the fire district, but what have you talked to them about the overlap or the opportunities or, you know, feedback from the certs and the volunteer groups that, you know, are trying to work very hard to, you know, find opportunities
You know,
to them.
Ryan, if you could respond, but please keep it short.
Sorry, Jim. I wanted to give y'all some background.
Okay. Thank you.
Jim?
Ryan,
Yeah,
let's let Ryan respond to Virginia, then
Oh.
Rob, I'll go to you.
Thank you.
In regards to the Red Cross partnership, we did not do outreach as far as what their involvement would be. What we proposed was that, you know, some of the things that we hear from our community members is opportunities. And we looked at this partnership as a great opportunity to expand our capabilities to not only from a fire district perspective to call them out for what Director Bernstein was talking about, disaster reconnaissance and doing damage assessments, but also other opportunities as far as being part of the Red Cross Ready program and having more operational experience if they wanted to be deployed in that capacity. As we talk about a disaster resilient community, you know, we looked at it from the perspective of we have a national urban search and rescue program in East Palo Alto. We have a 7-station fire department with 2 command chiefs now, 1 on each end. We're trying to develop an Office of Emergency Management and grow our staff and work with the cities. And then also, what a great opportunity to have Red Cross within our district too as well to contribute to enhancing our capabilities as far as preparing and having a really robust disaster resilient community, not only from response but to recovery. So that's the angle that we are looking at this partnership agreement, and then also with those opportunities as far as volunteers, whether it's CERT, whether it's Red Cross, we would cover every spectrum. So that's the perspective we were looking at.
Okay, thanks for that, Rob.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, and I think we're kind of premature in going forward with this. One, because the RFP or the emergency prep study isn't even completed. And then 2 is we're going to be getting a new fire chief here coming up. And since the new fire chief would be an integral part of this plan, I would definitely want his or her opinion on this. So I'd like to make a motion to, I'd like to put it back for consideration, but at this time I would have to reject it just because I think it's premature.
Is there a second?
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what's the
What's
motion?
the motion?
The motion is to reject the current proposal because I feel that it's a little bit premature because of the RFP that's still pending, and we're going to be obtaining a new fire chief, and I would like to get his or her opinion on it.
Rob, in short, it would be to reject the proposal to
Correct.
allocate office space to the American Red Cross.
Yes.
All right. Is there a second? I'll second. Any further discussion? Michelle,
Well,
any public comment?
Can I just add something?
Sure, Virginia.
It's not that I disagree with the concept, but I kind of feel like what this might sound like is that we're rejecting the Red Cross, which we're not. So I would just leave it like, we're not doing anything. And but do we need to make, Rob, you might be right. You may need to make a decision not to do something. Maybe you're right. It may be just this.
Remember, the committee asked for this to come forward, so it's not, staff wasn't proposing that. So I think it's really a discussion between yourself and Director Jones.
Yeah. No, I know.
But I think it's important that the Red Cross know where we stand. So
Right, I think that's a good.
Yeah,
a real
yeah,
good
I
point.
think so.
Right.
Yeah, I take
They're
it.
probably going to need to move on, is what it sounds like. So.
Right. So I think that's why we need to clearly.
Okay.
state the position.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks for letting me think out loud.
Any public comment?
There are none.
All right, Michelle, would you call the roll, please?
Director
Okay.
Bernstein?
Aye.
Director Jones?
No,
Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solano?
Aye.
Director McLaughlin?
Aye. All right, that brings us to item 18, approve a resolution authorizing the fire chief to purchase a water tank vehicle. So Chief, I'll hand that off to you.
Yeah, and so, you know, I think when I brought this up before, and I don't remember, you know, all of what I brought up before, other than the fact that if you read the report, and I think hopefully everybody kind of understands, I mean, we have had a water tender for a number of years. It definitely is in need of replacement. We had seen it when we purchased it as mostly a fixture at the training center to support live fire training, because you need that as part of your Control 3 secondary water supply. But the other part of it allows us, you know, to do some maintenance at the site, wet down the roads because those are earthen. Use it for breaching and cutting, for urban search and rescue training and other classes that we do out there. So there is, you know, a bunch of different purposes at that site that we use it for. However, what's happened in the last several years is that as fire season has gotten worse, as you know, last year with the CZU fire right at our door, the demarcation line actually being Highway 280, we pressed this tender into service and brought it up to Boulder Creek and Ben Lomond along with an engine company, doing something I think we never really had thought of, but under kind of, you know, extreme conditions that warranted that both the request and then trying to fill it because of nothing else that could be given to them at that moment in time. So that was the right thing to do. We also then twice restaged the unit up at Station 4 because of concerns, as you may recall, when the sky was red, the ashes falling, and then, you know, the potential for power outages, and then extreme fire, but power outages that could disable water pumps and water supply. You know, that was disconcerting. So we thought, let's be proactive. Last thing we want is to go to a fire and not have the ability to suppress it. So having a water tender in the fleet and using it in the field, at the very least staging it when we needed it, was a good logistical decision. It probably would be used again. So that said, the current unit was never intended for that. It's old, it needs replacement. And there's one part, and I'll refer to Stephen here, because we spoke to Nicole about waiving the purchasing policy. These things are in high demand. So the one that you see listed in here is gone. We looked at another one, that's gone. The bottom line is with drought and fire, the threat of fire, these things come up, and as soon as they come up within days at times, they disappear and they're purchased. So, you know, I think if we could get some level of authority to buy a unit, let staff do that, fleet services along with the mechanical division, that's probably the best strategy. And then they'll be able to execute and get us something that's new and dispose of the old unit and take off whatever we need, for example, off that. We have a large dump valve system that we did install in the old tender. So if we had to use it to put into an outdoor, like an outdoor pond, for example, what we call a floated tank, then you can drop a helicopter Bambi bucket in that. So, you know, the bottom line is, you know, I think this is a good suggestion for a purchase. It's timely, but it's been difficult because of the demand, and so we need some more latitude to actually be able to pull it off.
No, I like to, Rob, I see your hand. I like to kind of take the temperature here. I think we can maybe dispense with this one quickly. Rob?
Yeah, I would like to, well, two things. One, I'd like to make the motion, but Chief, could we exceed $100,000? And I mean, or keep it at 100,000? And do we have to buy an old one? Can we buy a new one?
The problem with buying a new one is you may not be able to find one right now. At least good used is pretty practical for what we use it for. But I would welcome what you said, if we could, you know, increase the dollar amount, but try to work within that amount, and which I think these guys can do. I mean, what we're really looking for, just so you know too, and I know you'll know this maybe better than some of the directors. I explained this to Director McLaughlin today. we really need a single rear axle. So we're, we don't want to get a super huge tender because of weight, driver classification. We want something everybody can drive if we need to do that. So, they're very specific. Fleet Services knows with the apparatus committee what they want to get. It's just a matter of finding it. So I think we give them the latitude to find one, spend maybe up to 100 grand if you want to make it that or a little bit more. I'm sure they'll be able to do it.
Okay, well then I'd like to make the motion then, Jim. It's to approve a resolution authorizing the fire chief to purchase one. And I'd like to put in there, well, specifically, it says 2013 International Work Star. And dear chief, can we just put down the type of like water tender? Like
I think if you put single axle water tender, single rear axle water tender.
Well,
Okay.
two axle.
Well, yeah, I mean, but two, front to back, right?
Okay, 2 axle for replacement of the 1980 International Paystar water tender or comparable vehicle, and the disposal of the 1980 International Paystar water tender in an amount not to exceed, how about $100,000?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay,
Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any public comment, Michelle?
We have no public comments. I have a question. It was to purchase 2 rear axle.
No,
water-
2 axle,
2 axle.
a 2 axle,
Just two axle
right.
water tender. Okay, thank you. I can do the vote now.
Yeah,
And
please.
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye.
Thank you, directors.
Right. Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
It's a good preemptive move, but hopefully never needed.
19, approve a resolution authorizing the chief to purchase a pump pod mobile draft training unit. Chief.
So I have Randy Kelly, who's able to speak to this as well, if you would like that. But this goes along with similarly with the drought potential and situation. Obviously, we're in a drought. I know in the county, I live in St. Clair County, they've already started measures to restrict water use. What this does, and the report pretty much speaks for itself, is allows us to take this anywhere we're flowing water for training, which is very advantageous. So we don't always have to do that at Station 1 because we can move it around the district based upon the number of probationary personnel or junior personnel or new driving personnel that can pump flow lines and then recover up to 95% of the water that we're using so that we're not wasting water. In the last drought, this was a real problem. We did kind of a in-house mock-up, jerry rigging, I guess, of a drafting pit. It's not what it was supposed to be used for. That kind of landlocked us to Station 1 for any training, which wasn't terrible because it's a training station, but it did limit us from doing training around the district, which keeping companies in their district, is advantageous in case they were to get a call, they're going to be closer to that. So this particular unit is able to be moved. It's able to go to 4, it's able to go to 2, it's able to go to some street where we choose to bring it. And that's the benefit behind it. And if you want more information, Randy Kelly's on the line.
I think we might be able to dispense. I think we might be able to dispense with this one quickly as well.
Sure.
Rob,
I'd like to make a motion, Jim?
please.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to, let's see here. Approve a resolution authorizing the fire chief to make a sole source purchase of a pump pod mobile drafts training unit to save and reuse water during training exercises needed to responsibly address the impeding water supply restrictions during drought conditions in an amount not to exceed, is 100,000 enough, Chief?
No,
Whatever
it's
they,
not to exceed 120,000 right
yeah,
now.
whatever the amount is, they built in a slight buffer in that amount.
Did they, okay, to not to exceed $120,000.
I'll
There's a second?
second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Chuck?
I just have a quick question, Chief. When are we likely to receive this?
That's a question for Randy, if he can, I know he's a panelist, so he would have to answer that.
Directors, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Once we agree on the pre-construction, it'll be 8 to 10 weeks. And we're gonna jump on it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yep.
Wonderful, Randy.
Right. Michelle, any public comment?
There are no public comments.
Okay, would you call a vote, please?
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, which brings us to item
Thank you,
20.
directors. That's a big deal.
They're going to paint it red and put our logo on the side, right?
Well, you can, Randy's listening. I think that's probably, you could get that, right?
Good. Good.
Yeah, we're gonna take care of that. I'll send you the mock-ups for the artwork.
Great, thank
No,
you.
any
Thank you.
green vehicle is 110% for me, man. Randy, take off, pal.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
That brings us to item 20, approve a resolution awarding a contract in the amount of $74,000 for the design of Fire Station 77 dorm, subdivision, and fitness room. So, Harold.
Yeah, so this is going to come to me again. Again, John isn't able to be here tonight. It's actually his wife's birthday. This has gone through strategic planning. This has gone through the finance committee. I'm sure there's still some concern about it. I know it does involve Station 77, the station, not necessarily the warehouse facility, which was discussed too at the last meeting. But it's, basically John trying to carry through earlier intent to modify the station and at least get the drawings and things done so that you have an idea if the project had to be bid, what it would cost. I understand 74,000 is not a small amount, but compared to some of the other architectural fees that we've seen and bids for this project, it's more in line because of the existing relationship we have with WLC as our contractor for Fire Station 4 and other projects, now like Station 3, that, I think getting this done at least gives you some more information for how it could be done in the future, even if you choose not to do it right away. So it's another step, but I also know there's, we don't own the land under 77. And so there have been other concerns raised about this, but John wanted to finish this report to close the loop and then leave it up to the board.
Any discussion on this item? Chuck?
Yeah, I'll sound like a broken record here. I think the the $74,000 is really nothing, but what's important is on page 325 or page 5 of the handout. Page 325 has two budgets, which my understanding is these are additive. And we're talking about a wall between a room, and we're talking about a 400 square foot fitness thing, and it's going to cost about $1.6 million. And to me, I just don't see us putting 1.6 million into this. It seems like we have we're surviving right now without it. There's other things we could do. We could put the the battalion chief over at Station 2. We could put the fitness stuff in the Chilco house. I mean, there's just stuff we could do without wasting $1.6 million for a building that within 10 years we're going to tear down anyway. And I think the sooner we can get building the facilities as we want them, the sooner we can not be wasting our money doing these little Band-Aids. So
the good news, and I think so everybody hears it because I know I've said it before. The good news is the firefighters are in the Chilco house because it's usable. So they're living in there. Obviously with COVID, although changing now, that's where they were moved. And the workout gear could be brought over there as well because you end up with a living room and other space that either can be used for a battalion chief's office or what have you. But, so as we discussed in, I think, strategic planning, there are other options, but we just wanted, this was one that was in play at one point. So we're just trying to close it out. And I know that John will be, once he can, be bringing you the shop facility bids. Well, we have to go back through Stephen and Nicole, but we'll be bringing that back at some point. We're just not prepared to do that right now. So yes, there are concessions that have already been made, and yes, there are things in place that alleviate this as an immediate problem. So I don't want to give anybody that impression that this had the urgency that it had some time ago.
All right, any other comments? All right, is there a motion?
Jim, do we need a motion to take no action?
Well, I'm going to make a motion.
Well, I mean, we're being asked to approve a resolution.
So I'll make a motion.
Robert?
I move that we approve approve a resolution awarding contract to BPK WLC Architect Inc. in the amount of $74,000 for the design of the Fire Station 77 dorm room subdivision and fitness room project, establishing a project budget and approving a project contingency.
I'll second that.
You moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any public comment?
I do not see, no, I do not see any public comments.
All right, would you call the vote, Michelle?
Director Bernstein,
Nay.
Director Jones,
Yes.
Director Crowley,
Aye.
Director Solano,
Yay.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye. All right, that brings us to 21, accept revisions to the Board of Directors Policies and Procedure Manual.
I'll move to accept, Jim.
All right,
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I got a question, discussion item. Maybe someone can help me out. I noticed that I guess on starting at page 374, there's about 4 or 5 pages. I assume that these are the current language for this particular policy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that what's going to replace
So
this
right after,
item?
right
Go ahead,
after
Ms.
that, sorry, right after that, on page 384, there's the
Right.
staff policy, which is policy 1006. So that's what would be used.
I think this was done, Stephen, was this not your suggestion?
Yes, so this was my suggestion. Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin, to Chief Schaefer and Francine, who I don't want to put words in their mouth, but we worked together on developing a new updated policy 1006. And then I suggested that there was no advantage and perhaps a disadvantage to the district to having 2 internally inconsistent harassment prevention policies. And so the recommendation before you is to include policy 1006 for the entire district. It is up to date, reflects best practices and all the latest legal requirements. And there's no need, therefore, and we can delete the appendix to your board policy, which was a 10-year-old policy that really served no purpose and confuses the issue because it conflicts with 1006.
So help me out. There's one area on page 379 of the document, and I was trying it, maybe I missed it in the new document. You talk about complaint investigation, Steve. So that was taken out and replaced, or that you thought it was unnecessary? Oh, I see it. Oh, now I see it. Okay. There's another section on further on 386 that talked about investigation of complaints. Okay. Yeah, I think that was the last area that I had a concern about. Okay.
All right,
Jim?
Virginia?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Steve. So Steve, this makes our policies and procedures as a board the same as what's at the district for this particular part of the board policies and procedures on harassment, discrimination, and retaliation, correct? So we're all on the same page, all the employees and all the board members.
That is correct. The district's policy applies to everybody.
Yep, thank you. So Robert, hopefully that helps because yeah,
I understand. I understand.
Okay.
I'm still for you to target. Okay.
All right, I think we have a motion. I believe it's been seconded.
It has.
Yeah.
Okay, any public comment?
There are no public comments.
Any further discussion? Would you call the vote, please?
Director Bernstein?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solano?
Aye.
Director McLaughlin?
Aye. All right, item 22, adopt by resolution the fiscal year 2021-22 fund balance policy. Chief?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to defer to Kathy on this one.
Kathleen?
Sorry about that. Oh my gosh. Not funny.
Too many devices on.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Hold on. One second. Okay, sorry about that.
It's not even midnight.
Can't hear very well on my computer.
Not
So
yet.
what number, I'm sorry, what number are we on? I was listening
22,
with all those things.
the fund balance policy.
Okay, I'm sorry. One more time.
Item 22, page 394.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, the fund balance.
Yes.
This was the fund balance policy we've had in the past. We're going to be updating it, but it requires an annual review. We did discuss it a little bit with KNN at the Finance Committee meeting. Currently, we've made no changes to it. We just need to approve it for the annual approval. And then starting at the next Finance Committee, we'll be working with KNN to discuss any changes that the Finance Committee wanted to see.
Okay, so this has been reviewed by the Finance Committee?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, I can make a motion to adopt the resolution for the fiscal, to adopt by resolution, the fiscal year 2021-22 fund balance policy.
Second?
I'll
Robert, are you
second.
seconding?
I'll
I
second.
just want to make a comment. There's two things in here that just need a comment, clarification on.
Okay, I think, Chuck, were you seconding?
I did second.
Okay, then Robert?
Okay, the first, Kathy, you still there?
Yes.
On page, it's just a typo, I think it is, on page 398, where it talk about debt service funds. You see that?
Yes.
And I don't know if it's a he did or she
Yes,
did.
thank
Which
you.
one is? Okay. All right. So the second one, on page 401, on the CPI, it moves along. I talk about admin, fire prevention, building and station. You got 1 to 6, you had 77 special op warehouse, or should that be a comma there, says special op warehouse, or is that one?
As soon as I find where you are, is this CIP? Oh,
CIP,
Special-
admin, go there, and you got station, you got 1 to 6, comma, 7 to 7. I think that's a comma.
Comma,
too.
special ops warehouse.
And special op, there's no comma there.
Right.
And the question I had is where you talked about on page 402, and you mentioned that the district down at the bottom on the minimum, right after minimal level of unassigned fund balance, you stated that it was stated that the district does not currently have a formal minimal fund balance policy. And a question is what advantage for creating fund balance policy? Minimum fund balance, is there an advantage to
Yeah,
have
let
one
me,
or not
sounds,
to have?
sounds wrong from what you're saying. Let me find where you are. Is it at the
Page-
bottom?
Yeah, page 402, right below the chart, it gets down to minimal level of unassigned fund balance. And then you make, then the statement says the district does not currently have a formal minimal fund
Fund
balance
balance.
policy. And if
I think
my,
it should just say fund balance for unassigned. I'll fix
So-
the wording on that, but you had more.
well,
Wondered if we should.
the question was, the statement was that we don't currently have a formal minimal fund balance policy. And the question is, is that important for us to have one? Should we have one? What is the advantage of?
No, actually, I think we don't have one, partially because that does go negative at times at the beginning of the year because our
Right.
revenues are offset by our expenditures. And so it syncs up like 3 months into the year, into the fiscal year. And so it can be negative at any,
Right.
at the beginning of the year. So I
So-
think maybe we could spell out, it may go negative at the beginning of the fiscal year.
The question is it a category that should we have set a minimum for it for a balance in that
No.
category? Or
No, I don't think so, because that is the only one that kind of syncs it up. It's the kind of plus and minus. It's something that's not accounted for currently in fund balances. So it's
Mhm.
kind of either a remainder or a negative balance that we will make up. I don't know if that's answering your question well enough, but no, I couldn't see putting a minimum there.
So it's a category that is there because if there are funds, it just sinks into that particular
Yes. If there's
category.
funds that aren't already needed for other fund balances.
Okay. All right.
All right, any other questions or discussion? All right, I think it's been moved and seconded. Michelle, any public comment?
There are no public comments.
Please call a vote.
Director Bernstein,
Aye.
Director Jones,
Aye.
Director Crawley,
Aye.
Director Solana,
Aye.
Director McLaughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to our last item. Discuss and provide direction regarding designation of disaster service worker authority from the county and or cities of Atherton, East Palo Alto, Menlo Park for CERT training and or emergencies. Chief?
Yeah, Director. So this again, and I'll defer to the Emergency Preparedness Committee, but this came before them. I don't think you're going to resolve it tonight based upon the complexities of it. I think that, also, I know Stephen's aware of it, but hasn't weighed in on it at least. So, I mean, it's read it on the agenda is my point. It's not as if we've asked him to do anything. To Director Solano's earlier points, there is a consultant that's, going to be coming in, is already in doing some of this work. So, I'll defer to the two directors and the committee. This is something I know that has come up on a regular basis. It's a complex issue, There's good aspects of this. We've used this, as it says in the report, for the urban search and rescue program. So we're familiar with what you can and can't do, and we've used it over the years, primarily for training and other things for the USAR team. But the complexity part here is that currently these are functions that the city controls, the cities, town and cities, and county control, and not necessarily the fire district. Now, they may be able to designate that or give that to the district. Andres has been in discussion with the city of East Palo Alto. I know Director Crawley, again, she can speak here for herself, but has been in touch with the county. But the question, I think, very similar to the Red Cross item is, what's the direction the staff moving forward, in terms of staff time, attorney time, consultant time, what does the board want staff to do? Because there's a lot to this, and there needs to be a certain amount of work going forward that, either could or should be done on this.
Any comments?
Robert?
Yeah,
Go on.
no, I didn't have nothing to say.
I'll say something. This was actually brought to the Emergency Preparedness Committee, kind of something that I'd asked for us to look at because it's been brought up so many different times. And we had Ari DeLay speak to us months ago, just about to give us an understanding about how he was able to get his volunteer fire brigade, and not just the people who were dealing with suppression, but all of their volunteers, how he was able to do that. And so I wanted to just look into it and see, and I talked to the county manager, who actually kind of gave this to Dan Belleville to look at. And I actually had just a serendipitous meeting with him a few weeks ago, and he had some information that he was waiting to give to you, Harold. I don't know if you got that. I mean, because he was trying to give you information that I think he was looking for me and for Mike Callaghy, the county manager. So as of the time I met him or saw him, he just gave me a quick tour of the EOC, because I missed that in September of 2019. He said he was just waiting to hear from you. I didn't know that Andres was going to only speak to East Palo Alto, because the DSW would have been for everyone. There's a question of whether or not the county could actually be the authority to give that designation, because the cities report into the county, well, not report in, but the county has some jurisdiction over the cities. And I think that that's what Dan may have had for you, Harold. I don't know.
Yeah, let me answer that. So there is a path forward if the board chooses to go down it. Andres, I wouldn't say he got ahead. I don't think he knew, but he's discussed this with East Palo Alto, because East Palo Alto was more willing to maybe go down that path. I don't know that Menlo Park is there, and I really don't know where Atherton is either. But I think that's the whole thing, right? We want to probably approach them, but when I say we approach them, I don't know that that's what the board wants, because now we're taking on some level of authority, responsibility, liability. And the point about bringing Stephen's name up is we haven't asked our legal counsel yet, nor has the board, I think, weighed in on this. There's pros and cons to anything that you do. And there would need to be a structure that you would set up if we were to go down this path. And would every jurisdiction want to do that? We don't know, because we haven't had that discussion with them. I think the county, from what Dan tells me, I think would be more willing to work with the district, because they kind of like, pushing some of that off to the local, just like they did with volunteer firefighters, slightly different up in not Ben
La Honda.
Yeah, La Honda. So it's slightly different, but it's doable, it's possible. I guess the real question, and the reason it was brought to the committee and then here tonight is, what do you want staff to do? Because similarly, we don't want necessarily to let Andres get ahead of what the board may want either, because it's a bigger issue than that, right? There's a lot of different pieces. So, I think it's worthy of again, some discussion or more direction. Maybe the consultant looks at it, brings it to you that way. But in the meantime, we're kind of looking at what's the next step.
Right. And so I'm not asking the board to make any decision. This is, a lot of information to take in. I understand what you're talking about with regard to the city. Harold, my conversation with Mike Callaghy was that he wanted to see if he could just do this because the county has jurisdiction over the cities. And that's what we don't know. Instead of having to go to individual cities, can the county manager designate DSW workers for all of our cities in the district? And I don't know. That's what I thought Dan, thought Dan was going to give you.
Yeah, the answer is yes. But then the other question will be, but is that really what we want to do, and never have had that discussion with the cities other than, again, East Palo Alto and what Andres is doing. So, we may have to throttle Andres back a little bit because we're getting ahead of ourselves there. At the same time, we don't want to suppose what the board wants, because there is liability here. The good news is it covers citizen volunteers liability too. So for purposes of training, and then, do we go even further and say, okay, now if there's an event, we're going to designate you. But if you do that, there's other things you need to adopt, no different than what we talked about. If you want to provide volunteers with funding, right? There's a structure that we would need to create. I'm not the attorney, and I don't know how much Stephen knows about this. We haven't really spoke about it because we don't want to suppose any of it. So that's why it's here this evening.
Right. Yeah, like I said, there's no decision to be made. I wanted to put the information out there. But now that you've told me that the county can do that for the cities, that's good information. That was at least the answer I was, waiting to hear.
Right.
About but regarding liability, the Red Cross item today also could have had liabilities as well. So I mean, there's going to be liabilities. What I'm trying to do is to get information, as much information as we can as a board, so that we can support our volunteer groups. That's the reason I'm even looking at this. So I'm not trying to rock the boat. I just want to make sure that we have enough information as a board to make any kind of decisions that we need to make. We can wait and, for the independent audit to be ready and done. I mean, that's fine with me. I just want our board to have as much information so that we can support our volunteers.
Robert?
Yes, Chief, can I ask you a question? What will the DSW do for the CERT volunteers? How can that be a supporting characteristic or
so in
effort?
training, let me just give you that one, because that's probably the easiest one. If you have the ability to do a DSW, you can basically do that in advance of a training. And that way, if someone were to be hurt, you have some institutional coverage from the state. We use that for urban search and rescue civilian team members, because that's something the state of California allows us to do. They can't be paid. So in that particular case, that works well for them. You could do that for the volunteers, but you'd have to run that through the county, you have to run it through the individual jurisdictions. Now, that's a lot different than a deployment, right? So a deployment brings in a different level of who's going to do what, who do the volunteers belong to, what's the expectation, the mission, who's accepting responsibility, all those things. So if you look in the report, I try and parse it, that there's two different things we're really going to be talking about, and that's it. So we haven't had that conversation, even as I told Andres, and Ryan's on the call still, so he can speak up if he wants to say something, but you got to be very careful that we aren't on the operations side talking to staff members in the city, and then council members or their legal counsel or even their manager finds out, and we're not all on the same page here, because I know this is a sensitive issue for different jurisdictions, and they may or may not agree that they want to relinquish it. or maybe they do. And then is that what the board wants? Because then you're going to need to pick up, you know, some level of liability coverage, or at least be responsible for initiating that and the paperwork and how it all gets done on a regular basis.
So one last thing, Chief. You mentioned about the liability part on deployment. If one of the CERT volunteers is called up for deployment somewhere, they're covered. And you mentioned about training. Is there liability right now? Because you know every year there's this, you know, the cities, in particular Miller Park and Atchison, you know, have this training exercise in June and September. Is that liability? If someone get hurt there, is that covered under the DSW, or is that?
Well, that would be if they're allowed to be legitimate DSW. So you have to have that kind of all, you know, in place. Because I can tell you from what we did with the state for the USAR teams, that's not a small undertaking, but it's, you know, it's legitimate, right? There's an agreement between the state of California, Office of Emergency Services, and ourselves. So there's a formality to it. The other part is, you know, what are they going to be doing, right? I think there's a level of, you know, questions that need to be answered, especially when it comes to civilian volunteers and what type of training you're engaging in. You know, Virginia mentioned volunteer firefighting. That's much different than probably expectations for a citizen volunteer. And
But
then,
it wasn't, but it was for both. Harold Bohanna did it for both. Ari told us that in the meeting here that he had.
Well, but I mean, again, what were the expectations of what the volunteers were going to do? So I think you got to define that, because I also know that, you know, in that last presentation that Tom did, and now we've received a pretty extensive list of what Tom is proposing, you know, citizen volunteers are doing, that in some cases, I think resembles what our firefighters are doing. We're talking about triage, last time in a bus, put them in a burn prop. I mean, this is the first time we had heard or seen some of that. And that, you know, I think it gets back to what are those core competencies supposed to be? What's the expectation of the district? And, you know, how far is too far? And I can just speak for myself on this one. You know, years ago when I did training, we got people hurt. And when that happens to you, you kind of take a step back and look at what is it you're actually trying to do and how are you doing it? So I think, you know, word of caution here is you want to make sure you answer all those questions ahead of time and don't end up in a place where if something goes wrong, you know, you didn't think of those answers or even contemplate that someone maybe can't work for the rest of their life because they get injured. And I'm not trying to be the naysayer. I'm just trying to be, you know, having had experience with this, that's something you got to think about.
So if this issue is going to be addressed in our upcoming program review, I think it'll help us have a discussion in the future. Again, just one more piece of this issue. And Virginia?
Yeah, the good point, Jim. I actually want to make sure that it's part of our program review and not just kind of, you know, being left out. So I want it on the record that I would like this to be part of the program review if the rest of the board is amenable to that.
Well, and don't forget that, Director, the board had dictated to the committee or designated to the committee that the committee have a monthly check-in with the vendors. So that ability is, as the chair, lies, you know, squarely on you. So
I know, but I just don't want it to drop off. So that's why I'm making my statement now in the full board meeting.
All right. Let's see. I think that brings us to reports and requests. Committee reports. Why don't we go around the table here? The HR committee, you know, Rob and I met to discuss the fire chief class description. We will go back and sharpen the pencils and take another run at that based on the discussion tonight. EPREP.
Yeah, thank you. We had a great meeting. We had some of our volunteers talk, specifically Tom and Lynn. And I know that Ever Rodriguez from North Fair Oaks couldn't make it, but I think that in East Palo Alto, I don't think they got the message until later, but I'm just very glad that, that the volunteer groups will have a chance to give their updates. A lot of the things that we covered tonight, we discussed in the E-Prep committee meeting. I think the main thing for me is just making sure that, we're on track for the independent audit. And I'm looking forward to kind of keeping tabs on that, and also just to make sure that the DSW designation doesn't fall off of our radar. Robert, do you have any comments?
I have nothing, thank you.
Strategic planning?
Yeah, we met, we pushed everything forward to the board that we had discussed. And in August, we're going to have the OES, San Mateo County Communications, do a presentation on the CAD system to us. And then we'll forward it to the full board for their review and discussion evaluation. Chuck, you want to add anything?
No,
That brings us to finance.
we covered everything that tonight that we covered in our meeting.
All right, very good. Liaison reports? Chuck?
I have only just a real quick thing, because I'm on this, the Creek Joint Powers Liaison. There were 2 lawsuits that had held up work on the 2 bridges, the one at Chaucer and then the one at Newell. Chaucer between Palo Alto and Menlo Park, and Newell between East Palo Alto and Palo Alto. And the first one of those, the Chaucer Street Bridge thing, was thrown out by the judge. So there's one remaining lawsuit that's still holding up things. But this is a progress report. It seems like that project is moving toward a beginning, at least at some point in the next year or so.
The San Mateo County JPA that governs transport services, emergency transport services, met earlier in the month, and they are reducing the reimbursements to the member agencies. I know the chief was involved with the working group, and it's expenses increase and faster than income, and it has to give someplace. So that was approved by the JPA governing board. Rob?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Chuck.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, just on that matter, is that's legitimate and part of the deal, is that those aren't guaranteed payments?
I'm here to say they are not.
And that's not a default. It's not a default in terms of their obligation?
No, again, that was, that portion of it's governed by the county, not the vendor.
Mm-hmm.
So the county is keeping the money, not.
No, I mean, the county expenses increased, which just reduced the amount that was available for distribution. So yeah, the contract, the structure allows that kind of adjustment.
Okay, thanks.
Virginia?
Jim, are y'all going to even talk about how the money is being spent at the county level so that it's more effectively used? I mean, the less that we get reimbursed, it just makes no sense.
Yeah, that's just not part of the discussion. It wasn't agendized. We have a board chair, and there's a working group, and I'm in the cheap seats. I don't have any input into creating the agenda. So Harold, I don't know if you have any comments.
It's a trade-off, right? I mean, I could go on and on. It's kind of like the COVID stuff that, we're talking about. I've seen more efficient ways to do it using existing partners like ourselves. And yet sometimes, they end up paying for things that just don't make sense to me and don't move as fast. But on the dispatch specifically, you know, and I know this because I worked with Dan Belleville when he was over there. I thought Dan came up with a reasonable formula for covering about 80% of the actual cost. But, you know, that's not the way they're going. And, you know, it's water on the bridge is probably a benefit for us. At the same time, to what, you know, Jim had said, you gotta watch the next EMS agreement. I know it's years away, so that's the problem. But this last time where we weren't able to be in there at a critical point, and they said it was a conflict of interest, that kind of wasn't fair. That said, there's only so much money in all of this stuff. So, you know, we're very lucky compared to other agencies, you know, because it gets into subsidy and service and, you know, people's fair share, but what's the right thing to do for the public that's already paying us property tax to meet their needs. So, you know, Virginia, we had that discussion at one point with South San Francisco's council member, right? And, you know, they have an ambulance system. And
Yeah.
if you want to make money on an ambulance system, like I told them, I don't think that's a reasonable request when a fire department's doing it. And you might even lose some money, but you got control over it, and that's a better level of service. So that's the trade-offs that are going to be out there. Is if you want to be a revenue generator, it's probably not, you know, you're a public entity, you're expensive, so you're not necessarily going to be able to be like a private company. But at the same time, you belong to the public, you got a board, you got a council, people can come and complain. They don't get to do that if it's a private vendor. They can only complain about what they didn't get and what they didn't like, and it typically falls on deaf ears, unlike here. So,
Rob?
Just that I'm going to be out of town for the graduation on June 25th. And Chief, I want you to relate to those graduates my congratulations and safe and healthy career.
yeah, I'll do that, Rob. And I'm looking to see if Todd's still on here because he's the academy coordinator, but I'll make sure we talk about that. And
Great, thank you.
I think Mike's on. Yeah, Mike's on here too. So we'll make sure that gets passed along.
Thank you.
Any other liaison reports?
Well, I just want to say that I attempted to try to set up a joint meeting between the city of East Palo Alto and the fire district, but somewhere along the line that process has been derailed for the moment. I'm still trying to figure out what happened. So I will continue to try to work on that and try to understand what's going on. So,
right,
that's it.
Any reports or requests by directors? Virginia?
Yeah, Harold, I don't know if you know this, but it seems like we might have a glitch in our email system, because I know that some of the emails that people have sent to me to my fire board email have been bounced back. And I tried to send something to John Johnston today and it bounced back. And I think Mike Schaefer's going to look into it, but I wanted you to know that because I'm just wondering if, you know, other people have had problems with their emails. But I know I haven't gotten some of them, and John Johnston didn't get the one I sent to him today.
So Mike, I see Mike unmuted and he's here. When you called or however we heard from John today, then we got on it. Mike, I know talked to IT already, so I'll let him.
Okay.
tell
Yeah,
you.
I just wanted, I don't know if other people had problems, and I just wanted you to know that I was having problems with mine.
Director, I haven't heard of any other problems, but I've reached out to IT and they should be responding to me in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
A couple last week or week before, I got an email from Jim asking me to come over and run to the store and pick up some. So
yeah,
try to figure out that after talking to.
Did you get it, Robert? Was it?
Well, you know, I was late. You know, I get to the store.
Yeah, but
so
I think
I wasn't able to get it for her. But an ironic thing, another one came back to him saying he's in a meeting. And he only got 1 minute. And I need to come over and pick up some papers.
Yeah, can you go to the bank and withdraw?
Withdraw some money.
Yeah. Yeah.
She
the-
did say that there was
Not me,
there
'cause
was
I'd
a
ask for
problem.
large bills.
Yeah, they were according to IT, they were like like phishing stuff. Cause I got
Yep.
those weird emails and I said, Jim, did you send this to me? Cause it didn't sound like him. So something's going on and I just wanted
But
y'all to
it-
know that.
It's cut you, well, we'll look into your specific one, but just know everybody's getting bombarded with, ways in which they're trying to penetrate our system. So we're not alone. And sadly, it's become more pervasive than it used to be. So, but the good news is we got people in IT and thus far, even with our vendor Stepford, we just did that thing for the grand jury on ransomware. I would never want to be the person that says, oh, it'll never happen because we're that good. But I mean, we're trying, and everybody I know is doing the same thing because they're getting hit. So it's every day, all the time, somewhere.
All right, any other reports or requests?
I just want to follow up with a question to the chief about that. Chief, is there any system that we have that's so essential to the mission that we couldn't do without?
Without giving anything away, let me just say, I think we've done a lot of good. We've taken precautionary measures. You never want to put all your eggs in one basket. And, there's things that we've even been doing in the last several weeks and months that, by bringing in some different vendors and doing some things some different ways so that, the IT is always trying to make sure we protect our data. If something happens, we can recover it from another source and that we don't become, what was it, one of the pipelines, or what was it, the cattle plant, or, whatever. So, I mean, it's the rule of thumb is kind of have things in 3 different places. And, we try and look at all this stuff and harden it all the time. And, it's a fine line between, hardening and then the flexibility to be able to have internal systems and use it. And, it's typically people bringing something in from the outside that they can't recognize as a threat. So
Without going into detail here, do we have a backup for dispatch? I know we don't run dispatch, but do we have a backup for that?
that I don't do. That's a more complicated question that would have to get into how they run their system. And I'm not well versed enough to know all of their backups because you're talking about the county, not us.
Okay. Well, Rob, when we have them at the committee meeting, maybe they can tell us about that.
That and a few other things, right, Chuck?
All right. If there's nothing else, I'll do the president's report. I know we have, next week's a busy week, the 25th graduation, the event on the 28th at Station 1. We're having the lunch for the chief. And then immediately following kind of a community open house, and then the awards and change of command ceremony on the 30th. So I would just ask, Harold, Mike, when those dates and times are known, if you could get them around, and I think everyone's going to will want to participate.
We'll have that for you soon, at least for sure for the 30th, because that's kind of one of the big events. And then, as I wrote you, don't forget to brush up on your oath of office. So it's going to be that'll be done a few times that day.
All right, very good. I look forward to it. So, all right, I think that concludes, public, Michelle, is there any public comment?
There are no public comments.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Michelle?
Sorry, one moment. Director Bernstein?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Crawley?
Aye.
Director Solano?
Aye.
Director McLaughlin?
Aye. All right, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.